The Gathering Storm. Fall of Cadia. For 10,000 years, the bleak nether wastes of the Eye of Terror gnawed at the fabric of the galaxy, spewing their horrors into the Imperium of Man. And for every one of those 10,000 years, Cadia stood firm. An adamantium bastion given strength and purpose by the flesh, blood, and bone of the faithful. There are no records of how many valiant souls have fallen defending the fortress world of the Cadian Gate, but by their sacrifice the tide of traitors, heretics, and demons is stemmed. By their example, 1,000 worlds have known what little peace can be sought in this bleakest of epochs. But as the darkness grows ever darker, and the blaze of the Astronomicon guttered like a wind-blown candle, the Eye of Terror pulsed, its baleful energies spiraling outwards. ABADDON the Despoiler, heir to the cursed mantle of the arch-traitor Horus, at last unleashed the full might of his 13th Black Crusade. With a shriek that echoed through nightmares from Medusa to Ultramar, the Despoiler's fleet slipped its moorings. Eternally vigilant Cadia, linchpin of the Imperium's defenses, was the target. Cadia stood ready. ABADDON's campaign had long been foreseen by mystics and strategists alike, and the fortresses of the Gate prepared for its coming. Leviathan warships of Imperial battle fleets prowled the ice currents of deep space. From the radiation-torn wastes of Prosan to the ice-ridged plains of Solar Maratius, slab-sided Khazar bastions were expanded. Their already formidable garrisons of shock troopers were reinforced by forces from across the Imperium. The splendid colours of knightly households flew alongside the proud sigils of the Adeptus Astartes. Scuttling war engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus mustered alongside gleaming ranks of the Adeptus Auroritas. And everywhere, the warriors of Cadia itself, drilled and trained for this moment, and this moment alone, awaited the battle that would define the galaxy for thousands of years to come. Millions perished in the opening assault, and millions more in the inexorable slaughter that followed. Worlds burned, warriors uncounted bled their last for scraps of worthless, ravaged ground. Graveyards of twisted wreckage twitched in the solar winds, marking the demise of fleets whose firepower could have unmade whole systems. There was no time for mourning, for despair. Cadia's defenders battled on until all strength left them, and then went again into the fight, for there was no respite from the onslaught. Had this been a simple contest of arms, the Imperium might have had confidence in Cadia's defences. But ABADDON's weapons were not limited to mortal means. The blessings of the dark gods were upon him, and their talents his to command. Plague devoured fortresses before a shot could be fired. Madness claimed the devout and the profane alike. And betrayal, the false promises whispered by prophets of damnation. This was the mightiest card in the Despoiler's hand. As heresy spread, brother fought brother. Regiments were torn apart from within or purged with fire. Bastions, though secure from invaders, collapsed into infighting as the righteous vied with the corrupt. Yet it was from one such betrayal that hope blossomed anew, when a cataclysmic act of treachery saw the slaughter of the Cadian High Command at Tyrok Fields. Urasaka Creed, commander of the famed Cadian Eighth, took up the role of Lord Castellan and shouldered the burden of directing Cadia's embattled forces. Creed's rise altered the course of the conflict. His cold, calculating demeanour commanded the respect of common-born soldiers, the war-tempered brotherhoods of the Adeptus Astartes, and even, it is said, of the Xenos forces rumoured to have played some part in Cadia's defence. Through Creed's efforts, and through those of unsung heroes too numerous to tally, the Chaos Incursion slowed, and was finally repulsed. In its wake, it left a planetary system on the edge of collapse, and warriors too weary for celebration. Cadia's defenders had no way of contacting the system's outer worlds. Comms relays and choir beacons had been shattered. Those astropaths who risked setting their minds adrift on the tides of the warp suffered seizures, or else were consumed by the ravenous entities lurking beyond reality's veil. As artificers laboured to restore the humbled defences, and sporadic battles raged with those invaders still present on Cadian soil, Creed contacted the remnant of the Imperial Navy still in orbit. At his request, those few vessels capable of moving under their own power departed to perform a reconnaissance of the outer system. In their absence, Creed grew ever more convinced that another assault was on its way. In all the long months of fighting, there had been no reports of ABADDON himself making planetfall. Would the Despoiler, mortal foe of everything the Imperium stood for, yield his conquest without so much as lifting a blade in its cause? Creed's instincts told him otherwise, and he was too old a soldier not to trust them. Creed knew there was nothing he could do to prevent the Despoiler's fleet from making passage through the Cadian Gate. What vessels of the Imperial Navy yet remained in orbit were little more than listing wrecks. The one exception was the Space Wolves battle barge, Fire Main's Fang, coaxed from the brink of reactor overload by the ministrations of its Iron Priests. It alone could fight as a warship should. The others would roar like dragons should the foe come within range, but they could not pursue an enemy clawing hard for deep space. On the other hand, Creed suspected that pursuit would not be called for. Cadia was a symbol of the Imperium's resilience, and ABADDON's repeated failure. Pride would surely not let him bypass Cadia. Though they would perhaps perish in the process, the armies of Cadia could fulfill one last vital function. Every day they endured, every hour, was time in which reinforcements could arrive and cast ABADDON's forces back into the warp, and this time, for good. Thus, Creed set his mind to issuing a challenge to the Despoiler that he could not ignore. Only one of Cadia's chief fortresses had survived the invasion. Cicatrix lay on the edge of the Elosian fields, a great expanse on Cadia's secondus, dominated by their famously unfathomable Cadian pylons. Creed withdrew his command behind Cicatrix's walls and set about what preparations he could to ready the fortress for what he increasingly regarded as an inevitable battle. Under Creed's basilisk gaze, archaeologists' tunnel networks and caverns were expanded and made ready for a last-ditch defense. Adepts of the cult mechanicus labored night and day, stripping components from shattered bastions to coax new life into repairable Aegis defenses and weapons emplacements. All across Cadia Secundus, the tale was the same. Regiment upon regiment of shock troopers laboured to restore defences, ravaged by bombardment and invasion. They did not strive alone. Savaged Adeptus Astartes battle companies, sometimes reduced to little more than a handful of squads, took their place in the defences, their colours and heraldry bright against the drab Cadian fatigues. North of Cicatrix, Orvan Highfell garrisoned his battle brothers in the ruins of Kazajak. However, the Fenris-born Great Company was seldom to be found within the walls, electing instead to scour the cratered plains for the demons who had roamed there only days before. Though still haunted by the cost of recent campaigns, the Space Wolves were determined to bring honour to both their new Wolf Lord and their old, the slain Egil Ironwolf, whose icons and name the company still bore until the stain of his death could be washed away. Further north still, the Dark Angels' Fourth Company reinforced the ruined superstructure of their own crashed strike cruiser, Sword of Defiance, enough of whose armaments had survived the crash to render the downed battleship a formidable fortress in its own right. Guttural prayers echoed across the broken bastion lines to the south of Cicatrix, each syllable in the thick sanctum chant of the Black Templars. Even now, Marshal Marius Amorak had little faith that the Cadian guardsmen would hold, and had divided the warriors of the Cruxis Crusade amongst them to thicken their ardour. Across the valley from Creed's fortress, the Sisters of Our Martyred Lady garrisoned the sprawling shrine of Saint Morocan. Whenever the wind blew from the east, it carried gusts of incense across Cicatrix's walls. Creed was glad to see the determination the pungent fumes instilled in his troops, but felt little stirring in his own heart. He had long since placed his faith in the roar of bombardment and the fighting spirit of the Cadian soldiery. To his mind, there was no sense wishing for miracles, unless you were prepared to forge them yourself. And so, he did. In the days that followed, Creed drilled his soldiers hard, leaving them so weary that they had no energy for doubt or even for fear. For the first time, the massed regiments of Cadia understood the harsh tutelage that had made Creed's own command, the Cadian 8th, the formidable instrument of war it had become. As for the 8th themselves, they took perverse pride in the hardships meted out onto their comrades. The veterans among their ranks knew exactly why Creed acted as he did. They even welcomed his tirades, knowing they would temper others as they themselves had been tempered. But Creed's preparations were not restrained to the reforging of flesh and blood. He salvaged the remains of the choir beacon from ruined Casa Luton and had it installed in Cicatrix. The beacon's bonded astropaths were long since dead, and so Creed requisitioned whatever psychers remained to him on Cadia, and ordered them inducted into the jury-rigged beacon. Very few were astropaths. Most were sanctioned psychers of the Scholastica Psychana. But Creed gambled that their raw power would help the true astropaths punch through the psychic turbulence that had severed Cadia and bring him some badly needed reinforcements. This strategy met with objections within Creed's own command. A few viewed it as squandering of a finite resource, and most feared that untrained minds would draw warp-born horrors directly onto Cadia itself. Creed had already resolved to press ahead when a defense monitor, the sole survivor of the reconnaissance fleet, limped into outer orbit. The Pyrax Orcadus starboard flank was a ruin of scored and seared metal. 2/3 of its crew were dead, and the rest would perish from rat poisoning before the day was out. The sole remaining officer gave a garbled account of what he'd seen, but the sensor readings allowed no ambiguity. ABADDON's Black Fleet was inbound for Cadia, an angry swarm of warships, demon vessels, and space hulks, so massive it eclipsed the stars. Worse, at its core, sat the malevolent planning-killing bulk of a black stone fortress. Creed's fears had come to pass. ABADDON's 13th Black Crusade hadn't ended. Indeed, it had barely begun. The metallic tang of oil and unguent rankled at Creed's nostrils. Lights flickered fitfully on access panels. Data streams scuttled across monitor displays, their meaning as shrouded in mystery as the robed figure who stood silent watch over them. "Is it ready?" Magus Clan broke his vigil to stare at Creed. He was more human than most of those that Lord Castellan had dealt with over the years, at least on the surface. But still, there was something arachnid about the jerky precision of his movements, a spider at the heart of his web. "It will serve," Clan's words had a metallic edge. "It is not without risk." Creed let his gaze fall across the 10 score capsules, arranged about the chamber in 3 concentric rings. Each held a psyche, wired body and soul into the mechanisms of the coral beacon. Bundled cables spiraled away between one capsule and the next, the strands of Clan's web binding its prey together. On the central dais, a lone astropath hung suspended from a forest of cables and data lines. The beacon needed a focus, one who would shape the distress hymnal and give it purpose. And then maybe, just maybe, punch through the roiling warp tides that had enveloped Cadia. Creed approached the dais and stared up into the astropath's empty eye sockets. "You understand what is required." Pallid flesh twitched, the astropath's rictus of pain giving way to a moment of stillness. "I do." Creed nodded. What more was there to say? Turning his back on the astropath, he focused his attention on the Magos. "Begin." The Magos hunched over the console, mechadendrites working in concert with gauntleted hands. Creed felt the pressure wave build. Every nightmare he'd ever had, every fear he'd ever admitted, clawed at the back of his brain, called forth by 100 wailing voices. Capsules sparked, their visplates cracking and falling dark. The astropath threw back his head and issued a tremulous, pitiful scream. The pressure in Creed's mind burst. The astropath slumped lifeless against the cables, black fluid trickling from his empty eyes. "Mortality rate at 92%, grated the Magus. "Within anticipated projections." Creed swallowed, banishing his nightmares back to their cage. "Did it work?" "Data is inconclusive," the Magus offered a shrug, his mechadendrites mimicking the hunching of his shoulders. "What next?" "Next?" Creed snorted. Reinforcements would come or they would not. Either way, the answer was the same. "We fight." Cadia stands. Buried secrets. Far from Cadia, amidst the dust-blown wastes of Ariad 6, a 50-year labor teetered on the brink of disaster. For thousands of years, the Ariad system had been considered worthless, bathed in the radioactive grip of an angry star. Its planets had little in the way of resources to make colonization worthwhile. Strategically, it had been judged expendable. In early M32, the Imperial Navy established an orbital outpost at Ariad 6. For a time, the world was used as a staging area, only to be abandoned when ABADDON, the Despoiler's 4th Black Crusade, swept through Ariad in M34. The great citadel of Cromac, under threat from ABADDON's forces, Naval High Command had no desire to squander limited resources on an outpost with so little value. The defense of Ariad 6 ended almost with the first salvo, and ABADDON's crusade swept onwards. Ariad went unremarked upon by the scribes of the Administratum for nearly 6 millennia, until warp storm Storiau forced the explorator vessel Wayward Eye to make an emergency re-entry into real space. Locked within Ariad by the vagaries of Storiau, the Wayward Eye's captain took it upon himself to perform a detailed survey of the system. In the process, he discovered that the surface of Ariad 6 had been subjected to massive bombardment in the distant past. Subsequent investigations revealed technological fragments of unknown origin scattered across the northern continent, with the suggestion of further secrets sealed deeper beneath the surface. It was unclear how such treasures could have gone unnoticed during the Imperium's presence in the system, but the Wayward Eyes captain surmised that the bombardment itself must have revealed Ariad VI's secrets. Before the captain could complete his investigations, the warp storm at last cleared. Long overdue, the Wayward Eye submitted a report of its findings and left the Ariad system behind, as uninhabited as the day the explorator's ship had arrived. It would not remain so for long. In the years that followed, 2 fleets arrived at Ariad. The first was the Conclave Acquisitorius of Archmagus Belisarius Call. Having received the Wayward Eye's report en route to his original destination, Call waylaid the fleet's mission to make orbit, hungry to learn the secrets hidden beneath Ariad's cratered skin. The ancient tech priest had spent the better part of 10 millennia engaged in his repetitive labors on Mars, and the temptation of new discoveries was too strong to deny. Establishing a compound in the artifact-rich fields of the northern continent, Cole began the delicate business of retrieval and investigation. The recovered artifacts varied massively in size. Some were no larger than a servo skull, while others dwarfed the Cataphronus, who stood silent sentinel upon the dig site's perimeter. All were fused and cracked, giving few clues to their original purpose. But the mysteries tantalized Cole, and he resolved to bore deeper into Ariad's crust to find his answers. It was then that the Second Fleet arrived in the system. Cole's ships had been drawn to Ariad by the lure of hidden knowledge. The newcomers, an Orc fleet, under the brutish dominion of Big Mech Gangrek, were drawn by the engine signatures of Cole's own vessels. Gangrek had visions of seizing the Mechanicus ships, swelling his own fleet to match his ambitions. In this, his reach badly exceeded his grasp. Gangrek's ramshackle vessels were obliterated in a savage near-orbit battle, his crews escaping fiery demise only through a last-minute teleporter evacuation. Cole, satisfied that the victory had fallen well within calculated parameters, returned his attention to his excavations. Gangrek's boys quickly adapted to Arid Six's high-rad environment. More than that, they thrived. Spared the fury of orbital bombardment by roiling dust storms, they harried Cole's compound. Each raid garnered wrecks and stolen technology to be pressed into service alongside the kill cruiser debris still raining down upon Iridian badlands. Cole's adepts saw only the sporadic nature of the raids and did not recognize the larger plan, chiefly because Gangrek had no fixed goal. The mech was unpredictable, even by Orc standards. This was anathema to the rigorous, methodical warriors of the Omnisire. What they could not anticipate, they could not defeat. Time and again, Skitarii patrols found themselves ambushed and overrun. Mayan striders braved the dust storms to close in on Gangrak's outposts, only to discover that the lean-to buildings had been mined, and that their own staging bastions were under fire. Finally, Cole ripped his attention from his studies, taking direct command of the incipient disaster. Recognizing the need to set Gangrek an irresistible lure, he ordered the next supply drop to occur on the very edge of the compound. The mech's hunger for looted material had been the only constant in his inconstant war, and Cole was determined to take whatever advantage he could. Thus, when Gangrek's boys stormed the landing fields, they discovered transport craft not bursting with supplies, but with waiting Skitarii. The ensuing battle lasted well into the frozen Aridian night, shooter fire and bellowed war cries vying with the methodical volleys of Scutari rifles and the machine argot of electro-priests. Under Call's direct leadership, the warriors of the Adeptus Mechanicus won their first real victory since the Greenskins had come to Eriad 6. The Mechanicus compound held, though only by the slimmest of measures. The turning point came with Gangrek's fiery demise in the rays of Call's solar atomizer. But, though the orcs withdrew, thousands more remained beyond the arc fences. It was clear to the Archmagers that his hold on Ariad 6 was slipping. Weighing the probabilities, he regretfully decided to abandon his studies and return to his original mission that had brought him from Mars. He had indulged his curiosities for too long, imperiled the valuable cargo aboard his ship, and forgotten his obligations. Giving the evacuation order, Call descended into the tunnels one last time. Call ran a hand across the smooth black shard. If only he had more time. The deeper they delved into Iriad 6, the more complete were the fragments. Discovery could be mere days, hours away. No. Impatience would gain him nothing. Whatever treasures this planet held, they could wait. He could not risk leaving the relic aboard his Arc Mechanicus any longer. I will return. Now, they would collapse the tunnels, seal the Greenskins away from their prize. And on that glorious day of return, the orcs would quail before the Omnissiah's fury. Kor turned to leave, but halted, uncertain. He swept his gaze around the cavern, eye lenses clicking and whirring as they scoured the shadows. He was alone. And yet, instinct told him otherwise. More than instinct. Was that the ghost of laughter? Reveal yourself! A shadow shifted. Cole had the sense of a hooded woman. A featureless mask swirling like smoke. The recalibration came without a conscious direction. Implants slid smoothly into war mode. Power flooded the circuits of the atomizer. The sensation like blood flow returning to a numb limb. Binaric data flooded the empty tiers of Call's mind. Divine algorithms seeking out the intruder's weaknesses. The intruder leaned closer. Do you not remember me, Belisarius? Call scoured the jumbled biblots archived in his third consciousness. Fragments of memory, and a name, Veil Walker. A data burst suddenly lit up his mind. She had come to him in his forge on Mars, where he had laboured so long at his sacred task. She had compelled him to venture forth, to take his precious cargo to its long-intended destination. The time is now, she had whispered. Then he had been unable to resist. How strange that, until now, he had forgotten that meeting. The Shadowseer's mask settled, forming a countenance that Call hadn't seen for millennia. The likeness lingered for a moment, then dissolved into a vortex of dancing light. If you are here to remind me once again of old promises, Xenos, then you have come too late. My ships are already preparing to depart as we speak, Call said. Veilwalker laughed. The music of destiny is changing. The dancers must learn new steps or perish in the fading notes. Call stared at her blankly. I'm here to tell you to keep digging, said Salandri Veilwalker. Then, in a flicker of light, she was gone. A dolorous warning. The first alarm came from the bell of Saint Gastal. For thousands upon thousands of years it had sat in silence upon its pedestal, content to while away eternity in the vast collection of artifacts possessed by Trizan, the infinite. Then, on a day seemingly little different to any other in the unchanging hallways of Solemnis, the bell began chiming with ever greater force, in full and inexplicable defiance of the stasis vault housing it. The first doleful note it chimed split the vaulted ceiling of the bell's stasis chamber, unleashing a flood of coolant that instantly dissolved the last examples of Olek sand sculpture in existence. The second note triggered a logic cascade within the circuits of Solemnis's master program, causing it to wrongly command each and every one of the Tomb World's warrior legions to return to stasis sleep. By the time the bell of St. Gastal sounded its third chime, the reverberations had grown sufficiently destructive that even the composite alloys of Necron flesh could not withstand its onslaught. Trezan lost 5 surrogate bodies in his increasingly desperate attempts to bring about silence. After the 13th chime, and just as the collateral damage finally outpaced Solemnis's canoptic custodian's ability to contain it, the bell of St. Gastel finally fell silent. Pausing only to cast the contraption into the depths of the webway, where he profoundly hoped it would bedevil the Eldar as much as it had lately inconvenienced him, the Lord of Solemnis pondered the meaning of it all. Departing Solemnis, Trezan made for Thanatos, crown world of the Arasaka dynasty, and home to the wonders of the celestial orrery. His welcome in these halls was less than effusive, in part due to the misunderstanding of the Arasaka glyph of dominance which had gone missing during a prior visit. However, after bargains were struck and promises made, Trezan was finally permitted access to the orrery itself, if under the watchful gaze of Oraskar's Lich Guards. As he stepped into the whirling sphere of living metal and holographic light, Trezan realized something was amiss. The intricate webs that formed the links of the orrery were underlit by a crimson stain. It pulsed beneath the weave of worlds like an infection, forcing its way to the surface. Something was coming. Something that could change the shape of the galaxy. Thus far, it had gone unnoticed, but there was no hiding anything from the celestial orrery, for it was not merely a representation of the galaxy, but a perfect reflection of it. Trezan realized that Oraskar had known about the rising corruption for centuries, perhaps even millennia, but had made no move to combat it. They could not, for inaction was the price of custodianship. But Trezan had no such restraint. Indeed, he acknowledged no master save his own amusement. He could act, if he chose. After untold millennia, there was some appeal in playing at selflessness. But where to begin? Where was the cause of the corruption? Trezan lost track of time studying the orrery's pathways, searching for the wellspring of the galaxy's woes, the source of the blight worming its way through the galaxy's heart. At last, he found it, far to the galactic northwest, bordering the Eye of Terror. In the orrery, that world was categorized as a string of trianary data, whose details Trezan deliberately forgot. To the Imperium, it was known as CADIA. Trezan couldn't recall setting foot there, not in all his travels. To his understanding, it was a drab, grey world of interest only to the bellicose. On the other hand, if the role of saviour grew tiring, CADIA would surely offer opportunities to expand his collection.
The door shuddered, then hissed open. Water crystals formed on the pockmarked metal of Trazin's body. He didn't even need to examine the status panel to know that Phalanx is ZX/48 through ZX/128 wouldn't marshal for battle anytime soon. They were frozen solid, just like all the others.
Why did I ever bring that wretched bell here?
Trazyn muttered, even though he knew precisely why he'd done so. The Shrine World's guardians had been just as desperate to keep the Bell of St. Gastel as the Black Legion had been to destroy it. Thousands of lives cast into oblivion in pursuit of one singular artifact, and all for nothing, as events had transpired. That story alone made it worth preservation, or so Trazyn had originally thought. Now, with half his stasis vaults collapsed or ankle-deep in coolant, and his legions frozen at the command of Solemnis's damaged master program, Trazyn keyed the release. The door jerked closed. He could hardly make the journey undefended. Cadia was a near-permanent war zone, and he'd not survived the endless eons since biotransference by taking unnecessary risks. Perhaps one of his peers would lend him a phalanx or two. Imhotep of the Sautek, perhaps. No, not after Sominor. In fact, now Trazyn came to consider it, he didn't have any peers left who wouldn't turn him down outright, or else use the opportunity to assassinate him. Then, perhaps one of his contacts within the Imperium itself. No, they were too parochial. There had been that one Inquisitor. A shame what had happened to her, but humans took such great delight in killing one another. No, sadly, Valeria would be of no assistance. But maybe she held the key. Or, at least invited a sudden sardonic justice. His spirits restored, Trazyn headed deeper in the catacombs, searching for one particular vault.
The fate of Phalanx. As the tides of the 13th Black Crusade washed across the Cadian Gate, jealous eyes sought advantage elsewhere. The Iron Warriors warsmith Shontu and the Demon Prince Belacor thought to upstage ABADDON's latest crusade by striking directly at Terra. Emerging from a warp rift at the heart of the battle fortress Phalanx, they sought to seize command of the mighty vessel and turn its unparalleled weaponry on the Emperor's palace itself. Victory seemed assured. 5 companies of the Imperial Fists had already departed upon the crusade of vengeance, unleashing the righteous fury of Dawn against the fortresses of Medrengard. 3 others were scattered across the Segmentum Obscurus on missions of vital import. That left some 30 battle brothers of the First Company, alongside the newly reconstituted and unblooded Third, to repel the assault on their beloved sanctum. Captain Tor Geradon, master of the Third, took command, rallying the bond serfs of Phalanx's crew alongside his battle brothers. Though badly outnumbered, the defenders of the venerable battle fortress knew every hall and chamber of their home, and used that knowledge to bloody effect. Ground was yielded, only to draw the snarling demons into the jaws of ambush. Armoured Castellam fortresses within the fortress kept firing until their ammunition was spent and their positions overrun by the Iron Warriors' clanking war engines. It was not enough. Assaulted by the insidiousness of the Dark Gods and the machine viruses of Shontu's warsmiths, the very flesh of Phalanx rebelled. Automated defences turned on their creators, rad baffles cut out, flooding hallways with reactor waste. Grav and life support failed across the entire Ford superstructure. Hangars vented without warning. And wherever the Iron Warriors advanced, elegant stonework and golden panelling that had endured since the time of Dawn writhed and twisted. Screaming faces distended the surfaces from within. Soon whole decks resembled nothing so much as the nightmare bastions of Medrengard. The Imperial Fists held their ground with tenacity worthy of their long-dead Primarch. But with every passing moment, more of the fortress ship succumbed to the infestation. Already the machine spirits of its dorsal batteries eroded beneath the warpsmith's insidious designs. Garradon knew that a planetary bombardment would soon follow. The last testament of Dawn's great prize would be one of failure. Worse, it would be one of treachery. Faced with the unthinkable, Garradon took the only course open to him. This was a foe that could not be bested by bolter and chainsword, nor through the unswerving valor of the Adeptus Astartes. Withdrawing his forces from the infected sections, he ordered phalanx's weaponry turned inward. With them, he would cut away the disease, as would a chirurgeon. Garradon felt each strike of the fusion beamers, as if upon his own flesh, but the necessity of the hour allowed for no compromise. Fully 1/10 of phalanx's mass was lost to that scouring, either obliterated by the strike of its own weaponry or cut free by the same, to suffer a fiery demise in terror's atmosphere. But the sacrifice had been worth it, as holy terror consumed phalanx's ravaged flesh. The machine virus's hold was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Garradon set phalanx onto a blind heading, hurling the fortress adrift into the tides of the Immaterium. Whatever the fortress's fate, it would not be wielded as a weapon by the ruinous powers. With the worst of all fates cheated, Garradon rallied what remained of his battle brothers and set forth to scour the last of Shontu's presence from phalanx. Alas, Garradon had underestimated his foes. Though the bulk of the Iron Warriors had perished during the excision of phalanx's corruption, the fury and resolve of Bellacor's demons had heightened the moment the fortress plunged into the Immaterium. Thus, though Shontu's death beneath the vengeful power fist of Terminator Squad Furon did much to restore lost honor, it did little to alter phalanx's fate. His forces weary and diminished, Garradon elected to make his stand in the Chamber of Storms, beneath the granite gaze of chapter masters long dead, witnesses to their inheritors' valor. As the golden cloth of the Third Company's banner defiantly unfurled, Bellacor's mocking laughter echoed around the chamber. The defenders of Phalanx gave no ground that day. The roar of bolt guns vied with the screams of dying demons and the blasphemous curses of the damned. Hellfire blackened the walls and shriveled the souls of the fallen. Bellacor spent his forces carelessly, hurling them into oblivion with the surety of a general on the brink of victory. Malice and disappointment doubtless played their part also, for with Phalanx's departure from Terra, Bellacor's quest to overmatch ABADDON's glories had met with rank failure. Once again the thrice damned had slipped into the shadow of a mortal champion. Thus Bellacor spent the coin of his thralls' lives carelessly, confident that the tides of the warp would replenish his ranks, where those of Phalanx's defenders would only diminish. But not all forces within the unpredictable Immaterian bend their knee to the dark designs of chaos. As Bellacor at last deigned to join the battle, one such faction drew nigh. Hellfire found itself contested by the flames of sacrifice as the spectral battle brothers of the Legion of the Damned entered the fray. Demons withered in the spirit fires, and no matter how Bellacor railed and pleaded with his dark masters, his ranks were not renewed. Caught between the Sons of Dawn and the sepulchral warriors of the Legion, the demons' grip upon Phalanx slackened. The Chamber of Storms, no longer the site of a last stand, now became the stage upon which a great victory played out. By the time Bellacor, his undying flesh rent and pummeled by the grasp of Garradon's power fist, cast himself into the nothingness beyond Phalanx's Gellerfield, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Phalanx had been saved. As Phalanx's crew wrestled to bring the mighty fortress under command, Garradon took stock of his losses. The price of victory had been steep. 1/10 of Phalanx's structure had been lost to save the remainder. The ravaged hull was marred by altogether too many wrecked weapons emplacements, launch bays, and shield projectors. And manned by a crew little above half strength. Of Garradon's third company, the Sentinels of Terror, only 48 battle brothers would fight again. Of Sergeant Furan's demi-company of the first, a mere 15 survived. As seemed ever the case, a great victory for the Sons of Dawn had come at an equally great cost. Oddly, the Legion of the Damned had not vanished at battle's close, as was usually their wont. Instead, they stood silent vigil in the Chamber of Storms, unmoving and unspeaking. Save for Garradon himself, all avoided that hallowed place, discomfited by the grim spectres whose presence seemed to chill the air, even as fire crackled across their armour. But not even Garradon could bring himself to question the cadaverous sergeant who stood at the Legion's head. That they were waiting for something seemed obvious. But what? Commodore Travaux, Phalanx's senior surviving officer, recommended that the battle fortress set return course for Terra, or else make full speed for the great shipyards of Mars to commence much-needed repairs. Garradon was minded to agree, but couldn't shake the feeling that fate had other plans for venerable Phalanx. No sooner had Phalanx's heading altered towards Terra once more than librarians intercepted a garbled and desperately brief distress hymnal. CADIA called for aid. Travaux and Furan argued that neither Phalanx nor its crew were in any condition to respond, but Garradon overruled all objections. A sword sheathed, he argued, served no one. Phalanx's first duty was not to itself, but to the Imperium, and all present knew CADIA's importance. The decision made, Phalanx's aged plasma drives fired anew, ploughing a new furrow through the Immaterium. Only when the tremors of stressed metal faded away did Garradon's eye fall across a shadowed corner of the fortress's command sanctum. Fire flickered in the darkness, and the Legion's sergeant offered what might have been a brief nod, or might equally have belonged entirely to Garradon's imagination. The might of the Despoiler. In the interplanetary void of the Cadian system, ABADDON's true assault gathered pace. Like a spear cast from the depths of the Eye of Terror, the Black Fleet flew true for Cadia, the chief bastion of resistance remaining within the gate. The Black Fleet's outriders were but fodder to shield the grim, proud warships that came behind. Interplanetary haulers and cargo hulks. They were barely armed, but their crews possessed all the fiery zeal of recent converts to the way of unbelief. Beyond this swarm came score upon score of blasphemous war vessels, the airborne cruisers of the Despoiler's own court, plague ships, their lumpen hulls belching vile fluids into the void with every course correction, the cabal ships of the Thousand Suns and the blood-red leviathans of the World Eaters. And amongst them, vessels of malefic legend, the virulent Terminus Est, the Fortress of Agony, and the ominous bulk of the Will of Eternity, last known survivor of the Blackstone fortresses. Few, under ABADDON's command, knew his true purpose in grinding Cadia beneath his heel. Most gave it little thought, for the dark prophets of the Word-bearers and their teeming disciples. This was destiny, foretold by the Chaos Gods long ago. For the Night Lords and their ilk, this was the hour in which terror would reign. For the Alpha Legion, this was but another stage, in a many-faceted and eternal design, no more or less vital than a dozen other strands. Other warlords came to spread the blessings of their gods, to forge their own legends, or to slack 10,000 years of hatred in the blood of the Imperium's defenders. Others still had no lucid motivation. The madness of war was upon them, and they would fight until its fury was spent. All who sought to stall that onslaught's passage paid with their lives and their souls. The remnants of battlefleets Corona and Scarus, themselves blooded during the first wave of the 13th Crusade, met the outliers of the Despoiler's fleet in the outer orbit of Vigilatum. Their crews fought to the last, mantras of faith upon their lips, even as the atomic fire of breached plasma reactors consumed them. Still, ABADDON's fleet swept on. As the first Chaos cruisers entered the Iron Graveyard, the drifting remains of Acadian sector fleet lost during the very first Black Crusade, their rimward flank evaporated beneath sustained Nova cannon fire. Admiral Dostov had concealed the surviving Victory-class battleships of his battle group amidst the lifeless wrecks, and they now sought retribution for their comrades lost at Vigilatum. Had valor alone been enough to light the forges of triumph, Dostov would have smithed a mighty blade in that hour. But ABADDON could have suffered tenfold the losses Dostov inflicted before it even sparked his notice. Fresh bones littered the Iron Graveyard, and still ABADDON's fleet swept on. On Cadia, the revelation that ABADDON yet had a Blackstone fortress at his command threw Creed and his fellow commanders into a flurry of activity. The Blackstone alone possessed sufficient firepower to cleave Cadia's crippled orbital defenses, and then scour all traces of life from the world itself. One hope remained. From the very moment ABADDON had revealed the Blackstone's true potential back in the days of the Gothic War, the Cult Mechanicus had laboured to counter the warp beam's fury. Conventional defences alone were of little use. Neither shield nor armour could abate the raw, unmaking energies of the Immaterium itself. Necessity being the whip-crack behind invention, a partial solution was found. By amalgamating the sciences of the Void Shield and the Geller Field, it was possible to emit an energy canopy to destabilize and dissipate the warp beam. Cadia's null array had been completed shortly before the first onset of the 13th Black Crusade. Unfortunately, none of the projection emplacements had survived the siege intact. Thus far, Creed had focused his reconstruction efforts on restoring the defenses necessary to fight a conventional war. With word of the Will of Eternity's approach, this now changed. Every adept of the machine god on Cadia was tasked with breathing new life into the null array. Bastions and emplacements painstakingly restored to function were stripped anew. Tech priests and engine seers laboured without rest, passing far beyond natural tolerances as they strove to achieve the impossible. By the time ABADDON's fleet was within a day of orbit, it was clear that those efforts would not be enough. Cadia was rich in flesh and bone, in faith, and even in determination. But time had run out. Magus Klan dourly reported that even at best projections, Kazakraf's null array could not be coaxed even to partial effectiveness. More time was needed, and there was none. It was then that Sven Bloodhowl of the Space Wolves proposed a solution, or at least the hope of one. His battle barge, the Fire Main's Fang, was the sole motive vessel left in orbit around Cadia. His fire howlers would take the ship into the heart of ABADDON's fleet, board the Will of Eternity, and do what they could to slow its progress. Such was the counsel of desperation. But in dark times, desperation must be embraced and transmuted into strength. Thus, Bloodhowl's great company did not undertake this mission alone. All told, near 200 battle brothers of the Adeptus Astartes embarked the Fire Main's Fang. Only 58 hailed from Sven's own brotherhood. Others came from companies that had been torn asunder during the invasion. Lone battle brothers and shattered squads, determined to strike one last blow against the Despoiler's forces and claim revenge for their fallen brothers. So too, when the survivors of the Cadian 13th, accompanied by a full maniple of Martian Scutari. The garrison of Cicatrix cheered as the bright star of Firemane's fang broke orbit. But contact was lost almost at once, and the cheers faded soon after. Creed's mantra of "Cadia stands" echoed along the redoubts and bastions of Cadia. Few embraced it at first, though all dissenters were careful to avoid voicing their doubts. Cadia had already severed ABADDON's left hand. Perhaps the right could be similarly crushed. But even valor needed firm ground on which to stand, and the will of eternity had the power to strip that away. Creed knew the mood of his soldiers, for their doubts were also his. Inactivity gnawed at him, so he combated it with action. As the projected hour grew steadily closer, Creed remained on the move, touring the defences of Cadia Secundus, greeting his officers with firm handshakes and clear eyes, addressing the assembled ranks of veterans and initiates alike with confidence that could have moved mountains, had he only set it to that purpose. That confidence billowed in all who heard his words, holding back the fears each man and woman felt. Cadia stands. The words took on new meaning in Creed's wake. Cadia would stand for the Emperor, but it would also stand for Creed. None could have guessed that Creed's fears were every ounce as heavy as their own, perhaps more so, for with each passing hour he grew ever more convinced that the light of the Emperor no longer touched upon the Cadian Gate, that the Father of mankind had abandoned them all to darkness. Creed chided himself for his doubts, reminded himself that such thoughts were those of the apostate, the heretic. Yet still the doubts remained, hidden from all, or almost so. Though the two never spoke of it, Jaron Kell knew the darkness gathering in Creed's mind, but he kept that secret, as he had kept many others over the years. The vanguard of ABADDON's fleet arrived at dawn, greeted by a salvo of fire and defiance. The crippled warships in orbit leveled their last fury against the Black Fleet, joined in wrath by the planetary batteries Creed had worked so hard to restore. Plasma drives flamed and went dark, delivering traitor vessels into the merciless embrace of Cadia's gravity well. The sky blazed with pinpricks of fire, each marking the creation of another martyr, or a heretic's long overdue demise. But this was merely the forerunner, the prologue. As the last of Cadia's hobbled fleet blazed into darkness, a new moon appeared in the sky, an 8-pointed star of abyssal stone, broken only by the angry red glare of a single cyclopean eye. All of Cadia held its breath. The will of eternity had come at the appointed hour. Bloodhowl had failed. His sacrifice and that of his battle brothers had been for nothing. The eye blazed. A beam of searing light leapt planetward and dispersed amongst the clouds. Cheers erupted across Cicatrix, none more heartfelt than those of the Lord Castellan. Only Magus Clan remained silent. He'd personally inspected the Cicatrix projection grid less than an hour before, only to find his adepts slain, and alien technology interwoven with the array's circuits. Technology that goaded the troubled machine spirits to trebled efficiency, making that one array capable of shielding all of Cadia. The mystery rankled at Clan, who even without the deaths of his acolytes would have distrusted any binaric miracle that did not arise from his own hand. But as the cheers faded, and the skies blackened with traitor dropships, he tore his attention back to the breaking storm. The mystery would wait. The siege of Cadia Secundus had begun. The siege of Cadia Secundus. At an unseen signal, bright sparks marred the brooding silhouettes of the Black Fleet. With a thunderous roar, the first bombardment wave hammered past the descending dropships, heralds of death for the slaughter to come. The bedrock of Cadia Secundus, already battered from the first invasion, churned anew beneath a storm of macro cannons, melter torpedoes, and hell fire. Void shields buckled under the implacable storm. Sky shields crackled. Some held, others collapsed in bursts of brilliant light. Secondary explosions coming close behind as the barrage swept the stones clean of life. Outbound fire blazed from the bastions of Casa Craf, the fortress's defense lasers and skyfire batteries scouring the heavens for incoming dropships. Most fired blind, but accuracy mattered little. The Despoiler's forces swarmed like flies come to a feast. West of Casa Craf, the macro batteries of Casa Stark roared one last time, the bellow of the guns consumed by the deafening thundercrack as a melter torpedo pierced the subterranean magazine. To the north, the wreck of the Sword of Defiance roared a broadside into the skies, the spread of cannon fire destroying the skull-proud dropship and sending its Helldrake escorts pinwheeling away. Valkyrie gunships of Claven Strackers, howling 119th, screamed into prearranged clear-fire corridors between salvos, then broke away across the furious skies, braving fire and counterfire as they hunted their prey. Across the redoubts of Cadia Secundus, anxious hearts prayed that the foe's nerve would break, that the siege would be won in the skies, and not upon the walls of Casa Craf and its outliers. Such was a vain hope. The dropships were too many, and the defences too few. The southernmost spur of Casa Craf's Martyr's Rampart shattered as its void shields failed. Fresh salvos crashed home to exploit the weakness, unseating guns the size of hab blocks and burying hundreds beneath charred rubble. Creed saw the destruction and sent orders for the survivors to withdraw. Casa Craf had yet 3 unbreached and thinly defended curtain walls about its central keep. There was no sense in losing lives in a wasteland when fortifications cried out for defenders. At once, the Cadian defenders abandoned the Martyr's Rampart, risking the bombardment's fury to reach the comparative shelter of Casa Craf. Fortune abandoned hundreds in that hour. Soon the churned field between the southern rampart and the first curtain wall was a field of smouldering wrecks and scorched corpses. But for every stalwart soul who perished, another 4 reached the outer curtain. Officers bellowed instructions and the survivors rallied to fresh defences. Only the Black Templars made no move to retreat. Marshal Amarak spat on Creed's orders. He had chosen his ground and would defend it to the last. As the dropships closed for final approach, their Helldrake escorts peeled away, strafing the ramparts of Casa Craf and the makeshift redoubts of the Shrine of St. Morican. A new sound filled the air. A shrill wail, like sinners burning in the fires of damnation, but multiplied 10,000 times over. Seconds later, the first red claw slammed into the walls of Casa Craf. Ramps crashed down, disgorging warriors of the Word-Bearers and the Alpha Legion into the heart of Creed's defences. At first, the mass volleys of the Astra Militarum drove the invaders back. But then blasphemous icons rose high into the air, choked with smoke and dying screams. The fabric of reality cracked, and howling demons joined the fray. Everywhere the tale was the same. The roar of traitors' bolt guns joined by the bellowed battle cries of blood-slick demonkin. Gun emplacements fell from within, even as they traded fire with the foe, the defenders torn apart by Hellblade and Claw. Some platoons, stricken with terror, threw down their arms and fled. Most fought and died to the last, urged on by the fiery sermons of their Ministorum priests, their resolve stiffened by the certainty that there was no escape in this hour. In that bloody charnel, a soldier's only freedom was to choose how he died. Most clutched their weapons tight and met their doom with defiance. Nowhere in that initial onslaught was the fighting harder than the shrine of Saint Morrican. The tang of the Battle Sisters' faith was both irresistible and anathema to the rampant demons, and the lure of it goaded them time and again onto that ground. But alone, perhaps, of those who fought that day, the order of our martyred lady never wavered, never took a backward step, under the twin gazes of canonesses Genevieve and Eleanor. They met the howling horde with bolt gun and holy flame, driving all taint from the walls of the shrine. For those who watched the embattled walls of Cazacraf, it seemed that the smoke spume of war found no purchase on the shrine of Saint Morrican, driven back by the golden light dancing about its spires. To the east, the first landing craft touched down in the cratered valleys. Demon-possessed war engines rumbled across the broken ground, driving hard for Cazacraf's eastern curtain walls. Battle cannons roared from concealed emplacements as the tanks of the Cadian 252nd opened fire. The Black Legion, spearhead, disintegrated in a tangled mass of metal and corrupted flesh. But theirs was a tide without end. Chaos Bane blades rumbled on, their treads crushing the wreckage of their forerunners, their shells hammering at the curtain walls. With a mighty rumble, the eastern outer wall partially collapsed, the rubble crushing 3 squadrons of Lehman Russ tanks, their growling engines drowning out the roars of victory. A swarm of skull-bedecked rhinos broke cover from behind the mighty Bane blades, and drove hard for the newly formed breach. Far to the north, the patchwork defences of Cazajac shuddered beneath the shell fire of an Iron Warrior's siege battery upon the Colorac plains. Unwilling to wallow behind the walls, Orphan Highfell ordered his brothers to their transports. Warsmith Crom Gat had come prepared for a counter-assault, having fortified his position with drop bastions and lines of cursed aegis designed to slow any attacker long enough to bring their big guns to bear. But caution had never been Highfell's way, and no spawn of the demon forges would stay the fury of the Fenris born. Sweeping aside all in their path, the Iron Wolves descended into Cromgat's citadel, using its own trenches and bastions as cover against the raging artillery. Hours passed, days. Still the battle raged. Some defenders seized what snatches of sleep they could in the fighting's sparse lulls and the hush that fell between the bombardments. Most remained awake, pushing health and sanity to their limits with whatever chems they could scrounge, rather than suffer the nightmares blowing like the wind over Cadia Secundus. The walls of Cazacraf were swept clear, only to come under fresh assault from the horrors of the war. Cazajac, so lately saved from Cromgat's bombardment, perished at the infernal sorceries of Elix-Stain's Cyclopia Cabal. 3 times did the blood-mad berserkers of the World Eaters hurl themselves at the Sword of Defiance's wreck. 3 times did Master Cora Hale rally the Battle Brothers of the Dark Angel's 4th Company. 3 times were the Scions of Khorne hurled bloodily back, only for their feral chant to rise again in the darkness beyond the cruiser's crumpled hull. Despite the intercession of the Knights of House Raven, the breach in the outermost eastern curtain wall was torn wider. Raptors and Night Lord Terrapax were swift to take advantage, screaming into the space between the walls in search of prey. To their honor, the defenders retreated in good order, one regiment laying down covering fire long enough for another to withdraw. But the Raptors were too swift, too hungry for slaughter. They overtook the stragglers and then the rear guard. Creed ordered the gates of the second curtain wall closed, sacrificing thousands to save 10 times that number. 8 of the mighty portals slammed shut, severing their line of retreat. Hundreds perished at their bases, Desperate souls howling pleas for deliverance at the comrades atop the Gothic barbicans, the stoic readying their weapons for one last stand. But 2 of the gates remained open. In the east, the barbican's commander held the gate too long, so desperate was he to preserve each and every soul who clamoured for the safety of his fortifications. As the gates at last rumbled closed, hell brutes hurled themselves forward, holding the passage open through the strength of their demon-forged sinew. Desperate fire rained down from the barbican's crest. The hell brutes roared and fell, power scourges thrashing as vile life left them. But their sacrifice had brought time for a vast warband of possessed to slip through the gates. Who knows what the cursed warriors would have wrought, if not for the joint sacrifice of the Nova Marines 2nd Company and the Cadian 403rd, who held that demonic onslaught in the shadow of the Joris Redoubt long enough for the massed battle tanks of the Cadian 185th to pound the traitors to bloody ruin. Scarce 100 conscripts of the 403rd survived, and the last Nova Marine succumbed to his wounds before the echoes of battle cannon fire faded away. In the west, the gate mechanisms failed, eaten away by decay that sprang from no earthly cause. The Barbican's commander ordered the 113th Death Head's Baneblade Company to plug the gap with their armoured bulk. But he was an age too late. A swarm of cultists, inured to pain by their heresy, hurled themselves into the flesh-shredding storm, and they kept coming. By the hundreds, by the thousands. Heavy bolters overheated, autocannons ran dry, the weapons of war unable to keep pace with a horde uncaring of blood and pain. Only when the last cultist perished did the Black Legion advance amidst the carnage, a tide of hatred far beyond the weary defender's ability to stem. The west gate fell, and with it, the second curtain wall was lost. The seventh day opened with the roar of a new bombardment. Too long had the Sword of Defiance stood vigil over Cassacraft's northern flank, and now the invaders took steps to silence its guns, once and for all. Shell after shell rained down, pulverizing the downed cruiser and unseating its few remaining guns. Even then, Corahel would have held firm, for no scion of Caliban yields his ground willingly. But this was no ordinary bombardment. It held from the diseased bulk of the Terminus Est, flagship of Typhus. Each shell that burst amidst the sword's hallowed halls brought with it an unspeakable contagion, diseases potent enough to take root even in the augmented flesh of the Adeptus Astartes. With his brothers liquefying inside their armor, Corahel had no choice but to abandon the Sword of Defiance. Alas, the plains still teemed with world-eaters, hungry to spill the lion's blood. Faith yet burned bright at the shrine of St. Morocan, but mortal might grew ever shorter in supply. That outpost alone had seen unremitting assault since the opening days of the siege, and all inside were bone-weary. The Basilica had cowed assaults it had never been intended to face, but even for blessed redoubts, there comes a breaking point. For the shrine of St. Morocan, that breaking point took the form of 3 Lords of Skulls, unleashed from the heart of ABADDON's own demon forges, to overcome the shining beacon of faith. Warp-crafted cannons belched and roared, drowning the stones of the sainted basilica in boiling blood. Scores of battle sisters boiled alive in their armor. Dozens more were swept away. Still, the demon engines ground on, bones and rubble alike crunched to dust beneath their leviathan tracks. Her sword held high, Canoness Genevieve led the counter-assault, the fury of her seraphim cleaving aside demons, so that the massed fire of retributors could fell the rumbling behemoths. Melter beams converged, cutting out the lead war engine's black heart. With a yawning thunderclap, the Lord of Skull's reactor went critical, its fiery demise consuming one of its dark brothers, and the entire northeastern corner of the shrine. The basilica's walls could take no more. Inch by inch, the stones split apart, arches that had withstood millennia falling away into ruin. As the wounded Genevieve was borne away to the Hospitalis, Canoness Eleanor made preparations to retreat. On the Colorac Plains, the Space Wolves at last won their mighty victory against Cromgat. After days of brutal trench warfare, the warsmith was torn apart and his body cast into the fires of his once proud citadel. The price had been high. Fully half of the Iron Wolves lay dead, and the Land Raider Iron Fist would never see another battlefield. Yet even as the sons of Fenris roared their victory, their scouts sighted new foes advancing from the Gahanus Ridge, the Titans of the Legio Vulcanum. Hyfel burned to test himself against the newfound enemy, but the wisdom of his trusted wolf-guard, Olaf Ironhide, prevailed. Recovering their fallen, the Iron Wolves took once more to their transports and fell back towards Casa Craft. One by one, Casa Craft's outposts had fallen, but far to the south defiance yet burned. Marshal Amalrak's Black Templars had sworn to defend the Martyr's Rampart, and defend it they did, with every iota of the zeal and fury for which their chapter was known. Though the walls were little more than rubble, they fought on, an island of stalwart steel amidst the shifting tides of chaos. Black Legion, word-bearers and more sought to overwhelm Amalric's outnumbered band with chainsword and hellfire. Battle brothers perished in ones and twos, and their crusade banner many times toppled from the crest. But the living found fresh strength in the sacrifices of the dead, and each time the banner fell, it was raised higher than before.
They came as night fell, a pack of howling beasts in blood-red ceramite across the eastern rise. The survivors of the Fourth no longer needed Master Corahale's instruction. 40 battle brothers halted, forming a double ring about the tattered company standard. Bolters roared defiance. The searing hiss of plasma crackled through the still air. "Blood for the Blood God!" The first wave never reached the Fourth, their broken bodies held back into the darkness by the disciplined sons of the Lion. The fate of all traitors. The second wave, lost to madness, surged over the bodies of the slain. "For the Lion! And for the Emperor!" Corahale levelled his plasma pistol. The shot took a snarling berserker in the chest. The brute took 2 more steps, then dropped, limbs twitching. The first flamers fired, gouting bright promethium into the night. Fresh notes of pain sounded amongst the fury. An incensed berserker, his armour ablaze, launched himself at Corahale. The chain axe hacked down. Sparks flew from the power sword's amethyst blade as Corahale swept aside its strike. The berserker roared a wordless challenge, one mad eye blazing hatefully from a ruined ceramite helm. Letting go his pistol, Corahale set a second hand on his sword's hilt and slammed his shoulder into the berserker's chest. The traitor stumbled back, then fell into a sudden silence as Corahale's sword swept his head from his shoulders. Corahale glanced around for another foe, but the attack had ended as swiftly as it had begun, its prosecutors now dead upon the wind-blown plains. A twitch of white robes drew Corahale's eye. Apothecary Keraphon moved with customary solemnity, recovering the gene seed from the slain. Corahale gazed down at the headless berserker, just one corpse amongst dozens. Even after 200 years of service, he could not fathom why such warriors abandoned discipline as readily as they cast aside their loyalty. Discipline won battles. Discipline and duty. But then, indiscipline was a plague all of its own. There were plenty amongst the Adeptus Astartes who bore its curse, who took trophies to assuage their pride, who rejoiced in tallying those they had killed. Corrael retrieved his pistol and triggered his comms. "Report condition!" His sergeants sent in their casualty reports. Corrael's mood darkening with each one. Another 3 battle brothers slain. It was little consolation that the 4th had reaped a far greater tally than it had suffered. They were being bled to death by traitors without number. 50 battle brothers had set out from the wreck of the Sword. Now fewer than 40 remained, and they had covered barely a third of the distance to the walls of Casa Krath. But what choice was there? The 4th would march on to its last, if need be. "Brother Carafon, is your duty done?" asked Corrael. "They are with me." Corrael approved of Carafon's choice of words. No brother was truly lost if their precious gene seed was recovered. "Then we keep..." There was a wail of tortured metal, and the thunder of cannon fire. Autocannon shells stitched a furrow in the dirt towards Corrael, further mangling the bodies of the slain. He threw himself aside, shoulder crunching against rock as he rolled clear, fragments of red-hot stone pattering off his armor. Above, the Helldrake poled out of its near-vertical dive and climbed away in preparation for another run. "Bring it down!" Corrael bellowed. "Bring it down!" His brothers knew their duty. Plumes of white smoke gouted from missile tubes as squad Clarions, Devastators, engaged the new threat. One missile lost lock almost immediately and spiraled away into the night. The second detonated against the Demon Engine's port side wing in a spray of fire and ichor. As the Helldrake reached apogee, the wing tore away. Its climb became a cacophonous dive, ending in a thunderous crump amidst the distant hills. But Corrael found no cause for celebration. Brother Carafon lay motionless in the dirt, his armor rent and his reductor a bloody mangled mess. The slain of the 4th were now truly lost, and the chapter forever diminished. "Traitor contact to the north!" Corrael dragged his gaze northwards at Sergeant Aramail's shout. The canyon mouth to the north was no longer empty, but choked with the dust trails of black-liveried bikers, and behind them, the dark silhouettes of Predator battle tanks. So, it would come to this. "Reform the line! The Lion stands with us!" The storm of bolter fire heralded the bikers' approach. Corrael's armor shuddered, his left pauldron cracked, but the ceramite held. His plasma pistol shrieked in reply, sending bolt after bolt into the mass of bellowing engines. Bikers crashed from their saddles, their corpses hurled into bone-crunching cartwheels across the plains. Plasma fire reduced the lead Predator to fused scrap. Sergeant Baffon threw his hands to his neck, fingers clawing at the spiked chain around his throat. Then an engine roared and he was dragged into the night, bellowing defiance. Brother Tresel fell, his severed hands still clutching the company standard. Corrael seized the fallen colours and hoisted them high. A Predator's las cannon blazed past him, searing Brother Malachus in half. The ceramite redoubt shrank inwards, the growl of engines growing ever louder. Corrael gripped the sacred standard tight. The enemy would take it only with his death. The growl of engines became a roar. The traitor Predator exploded in a blinding flare of light. A thunderclap tore through the mass of bikers, then another and another, to a chorus of jubilant howls. A spearhead of slate-grey battle tanks crested the eastern rise, wolf-tail talismans streaming from trophy poles. They surged into the fray. Corahel knew the markings. The great company of Orvan Highfell. Undisciplined, like all sons of Fenris, seekers of glory. Everything Corahel despised in a warrior. But just this once, he was glad to have them at his side.
By the dawning of the 8th day, the walls of Cicatrix came under direct bombardment from the wastelands, and its defenders' valor ebbed. Too many had witnessed the fate of the far-flung outposts, or else had heard rumors of the slaughter upon the curtain walls. None truly knew the scope of the onslaught, and that ignorance fanned fears to a bright and hungry flame. Neither priest nor commissar could still the whispers, no matter how loudly they chanted the canticles of faith, or how brutally they suppressed dissent. Too swiftly the belief spread. Cadia had endured too much. It could endure no more. But for Creed, the fortress might have fallen. The Lord Castellan knew well that the only way to combat unseen horror was not by speech or by threat, but by example. Thus Creed forsook his command bunker, and joined his soldiers upon the walls. He ate with them, stole what little sleep he could alongside them, as assault after assault crashed into the golden Cadian gates. Creed stood his turn upon the Aegis lines, firing volleys alongside the common soldiers with a borrowed lasgun. Those moments of theatrical defiance were the only times he looked upon the foe. At all others he kept his back towards the carnage, a deliberate gesture of disdain. He took to pacing atop the Grand Bastion, even though its void shields had never recovered from the initial bombardment. He walked the ramparts, where sky shields had imploded, risking the racking fire of Helldrakes with those he commanded. And where Creed went, Kell went also. The tattered colours of the Cadian Eighth, rousing those hearts Creed's example could not. Under Creed's gaze, the Cadian Gates endured. But in the east, the fate of Cicatrix teetered on the brink. There at least there was no shortage of resolve. The surviving Valkyries of the howling 119th had ferried what remained of the north and eastern garrisons behind Cicatrix's walls. Battle Sisters now took their place on those ramparts, the wounded Genevieve amongst them, and more of the black-liveried assault carriers braved the angry skies to carry the remnants of the Iron Wolves and Corahel's forth inside the stronghold. Yet not all of the Iron Wolves had returned, or so it was said. Rumours abounded of feral warriors prowling the killing ground beyond the wall, and wild howls touched the ramparts whenever the wind was in the east. If Orvan Highfell knew anything of this, he offered no explanation. The Legio Volcanum ground on, implacable, unstoppable. The traitor Princeps Malus Tyrone had honed the business of war for 10,000 years, and knew exhaustively the god engines under his command. Indeed, his consciousness flowed through them all, a gift from the dark gods for his unswerving devotion. Possessed warhounds were his eyes and ears. The warlord Titan, vessel of damnation, his strong right arm. The Reaver Maniple, the bunched fingers of his left fist. When confronted by a foe, war machines across the formation combined their fire with uncanny accuracy. As void shields faded under the defender's fire, Tyrone reconfigured his formation, letting Titans as yet undamaged bear the brunt. Thus the vanguard of Legio Volcanum crept ever closer to the walls of Cicatrix, the god engines all but unscarred, despite the ferocity of their foes. The defenders of the eastern walls were saved, just as they had been before, by the intervention of the howling 119th. With munitions running low, and barely a dozen flight-worthy assault craft, the squadron tuck wing one last time, driving hard for the advancing Titans. The skies above the Legio Vulcanum swarmed with Helldrakes, but the pilots of the 119th had learned a great deal about the demon engines in the preceding days. Not enough to stand any chance of clearing them from the skies altogether, for their numbers were legion, nor even for surviving more than a few minutes before being shredded by warp-forged talons. But then, survival was not the 119th's plan. Claven Stracker, commander of the 119th, had noted how the lesser Titans seemed almost enthralled to the will of the lead monstrosity, Vessel of Damnation. Destroy the Warlord, or so Stracker reasoned, and the others might also fall. 3 Valkyries were ripped asunder by Helldrakes before they even entered weapons range. 2 more strayed into the path of a volcano cannon, blasted to cinders before their crews even knew their danger. The others sped on, buffeted by surface-to-air fire, armor clattering beneath the roar of Hades' autocannons. Another Valkyrie disintegrated, but the first Hellstrike missiles were away. Vessel of Damnation's void shields flared and guttered as the missiles struck. The 119th banked away, strafing clear of ground-based autocannon fire, and prepared for another pass. Only 3 Valkyries of the 119th remained, but Vessel of Damnation's void shields were down. Alas, for Strecker's last throw of the dice, the strikes of his squadron's multi-lasers were but pinpricks against the god machine's hull. A third pass, and Strecker was alone, his wingman torn from the skies. Knowing he'd not live to make a fourth, Strecker commended his soul to the Emperor, set a collision course, and triggered his Valkyrie's afterburners. The fireball, marking the last act of the 119th, blossomed skywards, clearly visible from Casa Craft's eastern ramparts. Vessel of Damnation jutted to a halt, green fire gouting from its ravaged skull. The remaining Titans lurched, suddenly directionless in the midst of battle. One Warhound Titan came to a complete standstill, long enough for macro cannon batteries to track and blow it to scrap. Cheers rang out, but faded as the god engines of the Legio Vulcanum recommenced their advance. Only Vessel of Damnation remained unmoving, its helm lost amid belching smoke. Then came a black thunderbolt from the skies above. The defenders' cheers died ashen on their lips as the battle's architect at last took a personal hand in its prosecution. This was not the Despoiler himself, but his lieutenant, the demon prince Acanthos, commander of the Black Fleet and scourge master of the Hounds of ABADDON. Acanthos had been entrusted with securing the destruction of Cadia, but Abaddon's patience was not without limit, and Acanthos sought to deliver victory before it was entirely expended. As the black miasma of the traitor's teleport beams crackled into nothing, a great howl arose among the mangled bodies beneath the golden Cadian gates. Acanthos spread his wings wide, and the Hounds of ABADDON hurled themselves at the golden gates. Behind them came a fresh wave of demon engines, warp-spawned weapons spitting death at the battlements. Up the bloody ground the Hounds surged, trampling the dead of both sides, heedless of the defenders' fire. Their war cry was a booming bellow more like the growl of a beast than the speech of men. Blood, blood, blood. Macro cannon shells burst amongst the formation, hurling broken bodies down the hills of corpses. Still the Hounds came on. Blood, blood, blood. Creed bellowed orders from atop the Barbican, and the approach blazed brilliant with las fire. Still, the hounds came on. Blood, blood, blood. By prearranged signal, a new bombardment began. The vessels of the Black Fleet pounded the approach to the Cadian Gates, uncaring of their dark brothers' lives. Tortured sky shields flared and died. Defenders were snatched into the abyss or cast from their shattered strongholds. Traitors perished too, slain by the capricious fury of their own warships, but still the hounds came on. Inch by inch, Acanthos gained ground, at last reaching the unsullied foot of the Cadian Gates. The hounds ignored wounds that would have felled lesser men. They disdained the burning Promethean that set their flesh ablaze. They would have nothing less than victory that day. Victory for ABADDON, War Master of the Eye of Terror, and blood for the Lord of Battles. Charges were set, and the Cadian Gates, weakened by the 8-day bombardment of starship and artillery fire, finally tore asunder. With a roar of triumph, Acanthos swept into Casa Craf, the hounds of ABADDON hard upon his heels.
Acanthos. The ascension of Acanthos to demonhood came as the Black Fleet approached Cadia. Surging in towards the fortress world, Acanthos had faced a trio of enemy battleships whose captains had determined that, if they could not defeat the oncoming Chaos Horde, they would at least slay the flagship of its fleet master. Through guile, ferocity, and unmatched skill did Acanthos captain his craft of victory over all 3 Imperial warships, blasting them to ruin before obliterating the final craft as it turned to flee. Such a mighty tally of blood and skulls pleased Khorne greatly, and brought Acanthos the reward of immortality they had long sought. So did the master of the hounds of ABADDON become more fearsome than ever before.
The fall of Casa Craf. When the Cadian Gates came down, the defence of Cadia fell upon the shoulders of the Kazakin. Creed had kept 3 regiments in reserve throughout the fighting, husbanded for a desperate hour such as this. Now he sent them to hold the line. Lasguns flared. The ruined Cadian barbican vanished beneath the acrid discharge of cannon shells. The leading edge of the hounds of ABADDON vanished, torn apart by the greatest single volley yet seen on Cadia Secundus. Yet the hounds were undismayed by their losses. Indeed, the slaughter lent them new fervour. The survivors struck the massed line of bayonets like a red wind, clawing at the wall of armoured flesh without thought for their own lives. Acanthos led them, each swipe of his claws snatching the squad into Khorne's bloody embrace. With every foe that fell, the demon prince felt the blood god's blessings blossom. His armour fused flesh, thickened until it was harder than adamantium. As blood slicked across his wounds, they scabbed and closed. Acanthos looked upon the massed ranks of Kazakin and saw not a foe to be bested, but a banquet, an offering in the making to the only true god of bloodshed. The Kazakin battled on beneath the ruin of Casa Craf's gates, but they did not fight alone. Creed's barked orders echoed from the voxcasters set across the fortress walls, sending ever more men into the meat grinder at the gates. Conscripts of the 201st fought and died, alongside grizzled veterans of the 9th. Regiments from Mordian and Vestroia entered the slaughter, fighting for a world not their own, as was so often the duty of the Astra Militarum. But numbers alone could not win out against the hound's demon-spawned might. Worse, Acanthos had reinforcements of his own. Slavering demons emerged from the pooling blood, then sprang forth to further slick the stones. Maddened cultists, ebon-clad black legionaries, hell-wrought behemoths, they stormed across the ruined gates, seizing the opportunity to slaughter, and to perhaps catch the restless eye of the dark gods. The Kazakin of the 2nd perished where they stood. Not a man amongst them gave ground. Others were not so valorous. The discipline of the 33rd shattered when their colonel was torn apart by raptors. Wavering hearts turned callow, like a dam giving way before storm waters. The 33rd broke and ran. With them went all hopes of holding the gateway, and their cowardly example sapped the valor from their comrades as surely as a demon's roar. The trickle of the 33rd's rout became a flood as panic spread. Regimental colours were abandoned and weapons cast down. What had once been a bastion of defiance had split asunder, and Acanthos's victory lay within his taloned grasp. Even as the heart of Cazacraft wavered, old perils were renewed. Beyond the eastern wall, Baroness Vardas's knights fought a losing duel with the surviving titans of Legio Volcanum. Though the god engines could no longer draw upon Princeps Tyrann's direction, their firepower greatly outstripped that at the command of the nobles of House Raven. Vardas was no fool. Indeed, she'd slain men in duels for even hinting such was true, and commanded a fighting retreat. Thus far, it had served her well, costing her only 4 brother nobles in exchange for 1 traitor reaver destroyed and another crippled. Yet, a fighting retreat required ground to retreat to, and the knights of House Raven were rapidly running out of room to maneuver. As the weary Baroness ordered yet another withdrawal, her lance-mate disintegrated in an eruption of superheated light. Hurried interrogation of her synapse web confirmed Vardas's greatest fear. Vessel of Damnation had rejoined the fray. Further south, knee-deep in the bodies of his foes, Marshal Amalric experienced an uncharacteristic moment of doubt. Foes still offered their lives up to the Black Templar's position, but no longer in the numbers that had graced previous days. Gazing north, Amalric recognized the storm gathering over Cazacraft's Cadian Gate. At last, the Marshal acknowledged what had been obvious to his peers from the first, that the Black Templar's strength would have been better employed upon the walls of the fortress than at the Martyr's rampart. Even generations after the fact, the stubbornness of Dawn still haunted his inheritors, but perhaps there was yet time to unmake the error. One of the Crux's Crusade's Thunderhawks had been destroyed during the opening bombardment, but the other endured, untouched in a subterranean hangar. Swallowing the last of his pride, Amalric gave orders to abandon the Martyr's rampart. At Cazacraft, the hounds of ABADDON slacked their blades and thirsts upon the routing guardsmen. Acanthos bellowed with delight. He had been given one task and one task alone: breach the fortress and destroy the machine that held the will of eternity's fury in abeyance. But now the Scourge Master saw no reason to stop at such half measures. Proud Cadia had broken. Its defenders trampled one another in their eagerness to flee his coming. He, or Acanthos, would do what ABADDON never had. He would shatter the last resolve of the fortress world. The rewards of triumph would be his and not the War Master's. A volley seared the air, its fury hot enough for the Demon Prince to feel through his callous skin. Where moments before there had been only a fleeing rabble, now the hounds of ABADDON faced a manned Aegis line, formed bayonets, and the unwavering ranks of the Cadian 8th. Cadia stands, a lone voice, obdurate as the stones of Cazacraft, somehow carried across the tumult of battle. Other voices took up the battle cry, the ranks of the once desperate thickening around their standards. Cadia stands. The third chorus was lost beneath the defiant roar of battle cannons and the dying screams of demons. Newborn defiance rippled across the muster field as the soldiers of the Astra Militarum found anew their sundered courage. At the epicenter, Jaron Kell held aloft the colours of the Cadian 8th. At his side, his implacable expression giving no clue to the doubt in his heart, Lord Castellan Urasaka E. Creed bellowed his mantra once more. Cadia stands. Acanthos' assault, grown overconfident in slaughter, burst against the breakwater of the Cadian Eighth. The hounds of ABADDON bore the brunt, torn to scraps by roiling cannon fire. Raptors took to the air, seeking to pluck Creed from his command, as they had the erstwhile colonel of the 33rd. Vox amplifiers wailing, they ripped deep into Creed's platoon. But where the 33rd had broken and fled, the veterans of the 8th closed ranks. Scores perished before a bayonet rammed into the final raptor's primary heart. But Creed was not amongst them. Kel's sleeve was crimson with blood, little of it his own. And dead at his feet lay a raptor who'd come closest to laying low his beloved general. The battle for the muster field stalled, both sides yet with numbers unbound to hurl into the battle, but neither able to gain traction over the foe. But the advantage, at last, lay again with the defenders, for Creed fought like a man whose hour had at last come. He had never once laid hand on pistol nor blade. Instead, he wielded his soldiers as his weapon, striking hard for a weakness when it presented, and drawing back in the face of overwhelming odds. Hundreds, thousands of lives he spent in those desperate hours, though never carelessly. He brought time with the blood of his shock troopers, not in the hope that help would arrive, for Creed had long since abandoned such fancies, but because every moment of defiance was now a prize without price, a wound to ABADDON's pride. Cadia stood, it was true, but only because Creed stood with it. Around the fortress, Creed's allies lent what aid they could. Corahell's dwindled 4th Company fought beside the Iron Wolves in the muster field's eastern extent, and, though neither party would ever acknowledge as much, each was the salvation of the other on many occasions. The Astartes of other chapters, their battle brothers lost to the Cadian Wars, set aside rivalries, forming a single demi-company of every colour and hue. The sisters of our martyred lady marshalled before the command bastion, their holy flames the bane of many a demon, their righteous presence instilling fresh valour in the conscripts of the 111th, deployed immediately to their fore. But the greatest triumph in that hour belonged to Marshal Amalrek's Black Templars. Their Thunderhawk, hull smouldering and crippled engines belching smoke, ploughed into the muster field, disgorging the vengeful warriors of the Cruxis Crusade into the heart of the heretical foe. Each blow struck by a son of dawn that day was one of penance, as much as fury, and was all the mightier for it. Acanthos' dreams of glorious victory withered in the face of that defiance, and his thoughts again turned to his orders. Destroy the null array, and every drop of the defender's valor would be for naught. Burned away by the unstoppable energies of the Black Stone Fortress. Gathering the remnants of the hounds of ABADDON to his side, Acanthos carved a path for the command bastion and the prize within. Creed marked the Demon Prince's assault, but could do little to counter it, for it coincided with the arrival of a new threat. An armoured column, the traitor Baneblade Vacanthros at its head, ground its way over the dead and dying about the Cadian Gates. The thundercrack of demolisher cannons echoed around the crumbling bastions. Creed's leading ranks disintegrated under the bombardment. Voxes crackled, sergeants bellowed orders, and the defenders' pattern of fire shifted to engage Vacanthros. The White Shield conscripts of the 111th were little match for Acanthos' retinue of damned, but they held the line to the last. Yet even when they were overcome, the Demon Prince's route remained blocked, this time by the ardent battle sisters of our martyred lady. Acanthos hurled himself into the sisters' ranks, exultant at each drop of martyr's blood to fleck his claws. Bolter fire pattered off his carapace, and even the incandescent fury of multi-melters were but a dull warmth upon his skin. Behind him came his last remaining hounds. Of a dark brethren once numbering in the hundreds, now only a score remained. Lacking their master's protections, the Chaos Space Marines died hard, but die they did. It mattered not. Their purpose had only ever been to bring their master to his target. Before the last black heart stilled its motion, Ocanthos reached the command bastion's Egressium Gate. But one last obstacle remained. A prayer upon their lips, the sisters Genevieve and Eleanor led a host of seraphim to bar Acanthos' path. Bellowing with laughter, the demon prince struck his assailants from the air, dashing their bodies to the ground as one might scatter a swarm of insects. Pain flared in Acanthos' mutated chest. Again Genevieve struck, her blessed blade blazing with light as it clove the beast's cursed flesh. Acanthos staggered away, talons raised to shield against the Canoness's strike. An exultant Genevieve pursued, blade flashing. But in her zeal, the Canoness was deceived. The demon prince was not cowed, but awaiting opportunity. As Genevieve struck again, Acanthos ripped the blade from her grip and closed a taloned hand about her throat. Seeing her sister's danger, Eleanor lunged at the beast, her frenzied flurry hacking deep into his armored skin, and all but severed a tattered wing. It was not enough. Genevieve's spine splintered under her captor's unholy strength. Her last act to headbutt the brute between his burning eyes. Loosing a desolate cry, Eleanor lunged with all her strength, the point of her sword lodging between Acanthos' black heart. The demon prince bellowed and smote her, lifeless, to the ground. Then he stalked away, the power sword still trapped within his flesh. In the muster field, Marshal Amalric prepared another assault against the looming Vacanthros. One had already failed, hurled back by the enfilading fire of the Baneblade's Havoc escorts. But as Vacanthros' turret swung to bear on the Aegis line of the Cadian 8th, the Black Templars gathered themselves for another attempt. Vacanthros' turret locked into position, but didn't fire. The super-heavy tank froze in position like some great metal beast locked in the throes of confusion. Then, at an unseen command, its weapons blazed to life. Not at the Black Templars of the Crux's Crusade, nor at the Cadian 8th, but at its own compatriots. The warriors of the Black Legion never stood a chance. Vacanthros' sponson-mounted weaponry shredded the Havocs, who moments before had preserved it from Amalric's fury. The turrets swung about onto a new bearing, their heavy shells ripping apart an Alpha Legion Predator spearhead, as if their hulls were forged of glass. For a heartbeat, neither side knew what to make of the sudden betrayal. None had marked the cloaked figure who ducked briefly from the shadows of a ruined bastion, a flood of silvery nanomachines flowing from his hand and into the cranaries of Vacanthros' armor. That heartbeat was all Creed needed. At his bellow, the heart of the Eighth marched for the breached command bastion. The slaughtered White Shields and Battle Sisters told a gruesome tale, and one boding ill for those who had fought so hard for Cadia. Inside the command bastion, Acanthos let the mangled body of Magus Clan slide from his claws. A half-maniple of Scutari had barred his way to this chamber, but not one of the Omnissiah-spawned weapons had hurt him so much as the blades of the twin canonesses. Eleanor's sword still protruded from his flesh, the hilt burning like fire whenever the demon prince touched it. But at last, his goal was now within sight. Beyond the edge of the buckled walkway, half a mile straight down into the bedrock of Cadia Secundus, the Nullare's capacitors arced and crackled. Destroy them, and Cadia would be at the mercy of the will of eternity once more. Sweeping back his wings, Acanthos plunged from the walkway, picking up speed as Cadia's gravity embraced him.
Double time! Faster, damn you, faster! Creed bellowed the words, to be heard over the madness of battle. Obedient as ever, the veterans of the 8th picked up their pace, their march breaking into a run. Creed told himself there was still time, still the opportunity to catch the demonic monstrosity before it undid all their efforts. Hospitalers parted before Creed's command platoon, their faces uncharacteristically tight. The Order of our Martyred Lady had fought fit to shame a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, but had paid a steep toll in dead and wounded. At least they'd fared better than the 111th White Shields Creed allowed. The Order still endured in other parts of the fortress, other reaches of the galaxy even, but the White Shields were no more. Would there be anyone to remember their sacrifice once Khazakra fell? The leading squads reached the wreckage of the Cadian Gate. Weapons ready, they filed inside. "Can we even kill the beast that did this?" Lieutenant Kamashian muttered. Creed turned. The aide's face was pale, his eyes darting wearily across the carnage. It took a dozen battles to make a veteran, maybe more. How many had Kamashian seen? How many more would any of them see? Whatever happened, Cadia's time was ending. That much was clear. Kel aimed a kick at the corpse of a tusked brute. "If it bleeds, it can die." He pointed at the broken body of a canoness, drawing attention to the thick ichor spattered across her armour. "They made it bleed. So can we." The ground trembled. The ululating wail of tortured air rippled outwards from the Cadian Gate. Creed was still processing the meaning of the sound when Kel shoved him clear. He struck the ground beside the slain canoness just as the doorway exploded in fire. Kel crunched beside him, singed but hale. Kamashian wasn't so fortunate. He barely had time to scream before the fireball engulfed him. The air filled with the sizzle pop of burning flesh and a brackish, meaty stench. Other aides threw themselves clear, uniforms smouldering as the flames took hold. Kel hauled himself upright and offered Creed his hand. "You look old, Lord Castellan." Accepting Kel's hand, Creed rose. "You're my luck, Sergeant." Creed looked at the blackened doorway. A vast crack split the outer face of the command bastion, testament to the force of the explosion. The sounds of battle seemed muted now, as if they belonged to another world. 3 squads had preceded them into the command bunker. They were surely dead. Not that it mattered. Not if the explosion meant what he thought. He found himself staring skyward, without meaning to, searching for the angry cyclopean eye he knew he'd not see. Would there be any warning? Was there any point fighting on? He shook the thought angrily away. There was always a point. That was a Cadian's duty, his purpose, defiance in the face of the inevitable. His stomach knotted with rising anger. He might fail in his charge to defend the Cadian Gate, but he'd never stop fighting. Never. "Give the order, Sergeant. We're going back to the muster field. The 8th stands. Cadia stands." A surviving aide, as pale as Kamashian had been moments before, pressed a manuscript to his lips. A talisman. Quite possibly an heirloom. Many officers had them. "The Emperor protects." Creed rounded on him. Unable to contain his wrath, he dashed the script from the officer's hand, then ripped the aide's pistol from its holster. "The Emperor?" Creed bellowed. "He's light years away." He thrust the pistol into the officer's chest, forcing him back a step. "You want salvation, lad? You forge it with this, not with prayer, not with scripture. A soldier makes his own fate. He doesn't plead for miracles." The officer gaped open-mouthed, not at Creed, but at something in the sky behind him, far above the command bastion. Kel was looking too, a grim smile upon his face. Clenching the fist to calm himself, Creed spun round and stared upward. He didn't see it at first, but when his eyes at last settled upon it, he was amazed they had ever failed to do so. "Well, I'll be damned," said Creed. Then he cracked his first smile in 10 years.
Echoes of the past. Belisarius Call hadn't intended to remain on Eriad 6. Logic dictated he leave. Protocol insisted. Every moment he lingered, the greater the toll inflicted upon his forces by Gangrek's inheritors. Yet, the Archmagus could not bring himself to depart. The mystery called to him, stirred emotions long atrophied by millennia of self-augmentation. He had to know the meaning of Veilwalker's cryptic advice. Was it tied to the reliquary concealed aboard the Iron Revenant? Could he take the chance that it wasn't? The Shadowseer had implied that the secrets of Eriad 6 would be uncovered now, or not at all. Cole didn't doubt that his and Veilwalker's interests were at best in temporary alignment, but even a fleeting alliance had the potential to alter the Imperium's course. He'd seen it happen so many times, even if he could no longer recall the details, or even the names of those involved. Too many broken fragments of yesterday, scattered like a mosaic. For all of Cole's attempts to preserve it, the past lacked the texture of today. Thus, Cole dug deeper, even as the defences of his compound wore away beneath the fury of Eriad 6 radstorms and the bellicose deeds of the Greenskins. Each ruddy dawn brought fresh assaults on the perimeter. Each night saw bastions abandoned as Skitarii fell back to secondary lines. Still, Cole dug, pushing the borers to their limits in his hunger for knowledge. As predicted, each new level excavated brought greater knowledge. The fragments grew larger, the warping less pronounced. One piece confirmed the Archmagus's growing suspicion. The artifacts of Eriad 6 predated not only humanity but most other life in the galaxy. The techniques of forging, the absence of visible circuitry, these all pointed to an origin in the darkest of times. Perhaps at the hands of the Old Ones themselves, or else the Necrontyr. Cole's quest encompassed all 37 hours of the Iridian sun. The deeper into the planet's crust he dug, the more urgent his search became. Occasionally he caught Veilwalker watching him from the shadows. The Shadowseer seemed visible, only to him. She came and went as she pleased, passing through shielding lines and vacuum bulkheads like a ghost. Cole came to wonder if she was truly there at all, or conjured by memory augments suffering rad degradation. Each time, Cole's conclusion was the same. It no longer mattered. The madness of discovery was upon him. He had to know. By the 5th day, the Skitarii had fallen back to their inner perimeter. The Orcs had suffered horrendous losses for their victory, but that only made them strive harder. The compound had become a challenge, a guarantee of a worthy fight on a world otherwise bereft of life. All projections insisted that if the Greenskins launched another sustained assault, the compound would be overrun. Unfamiliar frustration crowded his secondary lobes. Cole, at last, issued the order to withdraw. It was then, of course, that the breakthrough came. As the colossal tunneling machines settled into their final excavation patterns, one breached the roof of a vast natural cavern. The weakened rock beneath its treads gave way, and the borer plunged into darkness. The machine's bleating warning signals were severed by the finality of its impact with the stalagmite-strewn cavern floor, but its last transmission contained images of a slab-sided structure of black stone. At once, Call issued a hold on the evacuation, commanding the Scutari to defend the landing zone until his return. He descended into the depths. With but a glance, the Archmagus knew that this was what he had sought. Explorator borings revealed the edifice to be a little more than 250 yards in height, and as many again broad. The jagged crest implied that the artifact had not survived the bombardment entirely unscathed, that the top half and much of its flank had been lost to the ravages of time. The enigmatic stone yielded no clue as to its purpose, but Call needed none. He'd seen such creations before, intact and reaching into the sky, on Cadia. Struck by fevered inspiration, the Archmakers revisited the historical record. It now seemed obvious that the long-ago bombardment had come at the hands of ABADDON during the Fourth Crusade. But why would the Despoiler trouble himself with an uninhabited world? Unless the coming of the Black Fleet to Eriad had not been chance, but design. Call accessed his data store of tech anomalies, correlating them with the paths of the Black Crusades. Corralis, Belliston, Vogrid II, the list went on. Some with confirmed remnants of pylon-like structures, all of them sites of Archaeologica surveys, all of them caught in the furrows of destruction ploughed by the Despoiler's forces. How had no one noticed? It had been known for millennia that the Cadian pylons pushed back the warp. What if the Imperium had underestimated ABADDON's ambitions?
Without warning, Veilwalker was there, mask swirling with unreadable emotion.
Do you understand?
Call nodded, too horrified by the implications to object to her presence.
The pylons. The Immaterium.
The one holds the other to its rhythm. Veilwalker's mask was an angry red. Without these stones, dancers become slaves to a refrain, bereft of order. The galaxy dies, reborn in madness.
Can it be prevented?
Cadia is the end and the beginning. Cadia, where the pact was first forged. Coincidence? Call no longer believed in such things.
This is too important for riddles. Answer me plainly.
But Veilwalker was gone, leaving him with no answers, but perhaps a place to seek them.
The fires of salvation. She came, wreathed in holy fire, an angel cast from the Emperor's hand and into the horror of war. Down she swept, a thunderbolt shrieking from a golden star newly arrived in the skies of Cadia. As she drew closer to the beleaguered walls of Casa Craf, the defenders gave voice to a name. It began with the survivors of the Order of our Martyred Lady, but it spread like wildfire, borne upon the lips of the faithful, uttered in reverence and in jubilation. Celestine. Prayers had been answered. The miracle had come. She smote the muster field without slowing, the firestorm of her wake scouring besiegers from the stones. On Celestine swept, her sword a blur of silvered light among the spiraling smoke. Demons scattered before her, seared from reality by the blade of one who was a blazing counterpoint to their unfathomable darkness. Strength returned to weary limbs. Defenders who had forsaken all hope forged new metal from despair. The Emperor was with them still. Why else would he have sent his living saint to guide them to victory? United, they rose for one final effort, no fear remaining in their hearts. Even Creed, lost to seething emotion, forgot the threat of the Blackstone fortress in distant orbit, and fought alongside his men. With the exception of the zealous Black Templars, only the warriors of the Adeptus Astartes felt no stirring at the sight of Celestine. The Imperial Creed was not their faith. Theirs was a bond of brotherhood, of duty to long-dead Primarchs. But if the homilies of the Ministorum would deliver victory that day, then so be it. For one moment, one glorious moment, the attacker's ranks shuddered. The Bane blade Vacanthus, still locked in sightless combat, with the nanomachine shredding its system, vanished beneath a zealous tide of humanity. Cultists scattered, their apostatic dreams dispersed by the living saint's onset. Then the Black Legion met the Defenders' newfound fury with their own blasphemous resolve. Despite their resurgence, outnumbered and outmatched, the Defenders' counterattacks stalled. But faith, renewed, was not the only gift Celestine had brought to Casa Craft. Plasma drives roared in the darkness, landing gears crunched onto plascrete. The discordant notes of battle hymns swelled, the chimes of blessed bells echoing along the walls. Even more than faith, even more than hope, the defenders of Casa Craft had needed reinforcements, and the living saint had provided. Celestine had found them in the warp, their transport's plasma drives all but dead through a traitor's act. Its Gellerfields failing, 5 companies of the Order of our Martyred Lady fought lost some 1400 years. Her lights served as a beacon, drawing the wounded vessel into the path of another craft, and binding the two until real space claimed them both once more. Now they came forth as her fiery sword, and to avenge a seeming eternity adrift amidst the immaterium. With their onset, the battle shifted once more, this time in the Defenders' favor.
Acanthus lurched through the Agricium Gate, his wings scattering the ashen remains of what had once been men. The cursed machine holding the Black Stone's wrath at bay was no more. The Despoiler's will had been done. Cadia waited to die, and Acanthus had no desire to perish with it. It was time to depart and claim his reward.
Die, abomination!
A guardsman ran headlong toward the demon prince, bayonet lowered. Acanthus eviscerated the mortal with a single savage swipe. Licking blood from his talons, he let the body fall upon the remains of the black-clad prayer witches who'd sought to bar his ingress. Slaughter still raged across the muster field, the tempo and scent of it somehow different. Acanthus longed to join it, even though to do so was to risk annihilation beneath the Blackstone's gaze. In a swoop of wings, she landed before Acanthus, her armor glittering in the golden light of her halo. At last, the Demon Prince recognized the altered stench. The battlefield stank of her faith, her certainty. "The corpse bride," he growled. The angel raised her sword, the point steady as a rock. "Your hour is done, beast." Acanthus laughed, the sound of it a rough peal of thunder. "It has only just begun. You are nothing, the echo of a false god. I will break you in half and set your skull upon Khorne's throne." Agony racked the Demon Prince, a white heat searing the veins of his chest. Through slitted eyes, he saw the corpse bride regarding him, unmoving. The pain passed. As ever, Acanthus felt the stronger for it. Another trial endured. "I am the Scourge Master of the Black Fleet, the right hand of the Despoiler. You cannot match me alone." Acanthus pressed a taloned hand to the side of the faded agony. Something was wrong. The sword in his flesh, the prayer witch's sword, had gone. He spun around. 2 prayer witches stared back, their faces alive with light, their golden armor as radiant as a sun. Eucanthos, who never forgot those he slew, knew their faces, the twins he killed upon the threshold. His seething ichor dripped from the leftmost blade, the blade so lately trapped in his flesh. The first glimmer of uncertainty trickled into the demon prince's bartered soul. "I am not alone," said Celestine, "and your hour is done." With a roar, Eucanthos swept back his wings and pounced.
Beyond the eastern wall, Baroness Vardos had marked the fire in the skies, but knew nothing of its meaning. She knew only that her bid to blunt the fury of the Legio Vulcanum had failed. Too many of her lancemates were dead. All that remained was the glory of an honourable death. Yet as Vardos keyed her Knight's reactor to overload, gold-liveried Thunderhawks and Stormhawk interceptors roared from the skies. The starboard quadrant of Vessel of Damnation's carapace disintegrated under brilliant turbo-laser beams, and the Thunderhawks peeled away. With a grim smile, Vardos secured her reactor from overload. A suicide run was the strategy of the hopeless, and her hope was reborn. In orbit, the weapons batteries of the battle fortress Phalanx rumbled to life. Already the Black Fleet was reacting to the presence in its midst, but Phalanx's aging shield generators held firm beneath broadside after broadside. Captain Garradon didn't care. In recent days, he'd fought alongside the spectral Legion of the Damned. He'd torn the heart out of his own sacred charge to prevent it falling into the hands of the foe. And he'd witnessed a crippled Imperial transport dock with the Phalanx's forecastle amidst the tumult of the warp. So many things he'd been sure he'd never see. So many events he'd swore he'd never understand. But this, Phalanx alone against the Black Fleet, this was retribution long overdue. But where was the Legion of the Damned? As Phalanx had entered real space, they'd faded to nothing, as silent in departure as arrival. Phalanx bore down on the Will of Eternity, shields crackling as it brushed aside the leading edge of the Black Fleet. At Garradon's command, flank batteries engaged the traitor battleships, but its formidable prow guns lay silent. Phalanx had suffered too much from the ravages of time and its recent sacrifices, and its master sought to make sure that first planet-cracking salvo counted. Another vessel would have perished already, battered into drifting scrap by the fury of the Black Fleet. But Phalanx was the Fist of Dawn, his first and greatest gift to the Emperor of Mankind. Even decaying and undercrewed, no vessel in all the heavens was its peer. Even without the escort fleet, there was its right. The mighty battle station held its own, but it could not do so forever. Already, sensor panels lit up in warning as the main body of ABADDON's fleet broke orbit to engage. Garradon paid those warnings no heed. There would be no surrender, no retreat. If this was to be Phalanx's last battle, then so be it. Thus, Garradon held his course, straight into the Will of Eternity's Black Maw.
The hammer of Sven Bloodhowl's bolt pistol kicked down on an empty chamber. Cursing his mistake, the Wolflord slammed another magazine home and squeezed up a round. The demon's skull shattered, its black blade skittering across the polished black stone. Red eyes blazed in the darkness. "Morkai's teeth!" Bloodhowl roared. "We can't stay here forever!" As if to prove the point, the gates of the castellum yawned wide, and a ragged mob of mutated crewers surged across the narrow causeway. Heavy bolters cut them down, reapers amongst the chaff. Solvik Whitemane fell and did not rise, a gaping hole above his primary heart.
"What choice do we have?" snarled John Frostclaw. "Those emplacements will tear us apart."
Bloodhowl recognized his own frustration in the Wolfguard's tone. The hours since Firemane's Fang's destruction and the strike of the boarding torpedoes were a blur of never-ending battle, of brothers lost, and desperate marches through the darkness to outpace pursuit. Had it been days, weeks, Bloodhowl no longer knew. Only that their duty was not yet done. His dozen survivors were only alive because the traitors didn't seem to know the full capabilities of the Blackstone Fortress, and because the vessel itself seemed determined to aid the invaders. Bulkheads had unsealed. Automated defenses disengaged without warning. Whatever passed for a machine spirit in the will of eternity wanted them to succeed. Like a frost wolf, bloated by disease, it wanted to die. Bloodhowl leaned around the bulkhead and loosed his last frag grenade into the screaming mass. It exploded with a dull crump, hurling bodies into the gantried abyss. "If that is our duty." Frostclaw scowled, but nodded. "If that is our duty." What made it worse was to fail with the objective in sight. Beyond the castellum, twisted cable clusters betrayed the presence of a power interchange, a legacy of the Blackstone's service in the Imperial Navy, now subverted by its crew of traitors to channel power to its shields and weapon batteries. Destroy it, and a portion of the Will of Eternity would go truly dark, perhaps even enough to give the remnants of the Cadian fleet a chance to bring about its destruction. A shift in the light drew Bloodhowl's gaze to the cracked viewport. Blue sparks chased across a golden prow the size of a starfort. "Phalanx," he laughed. "So Dawn stiffnecks want to play, do they?" New shapes flickered into existence around Bloodhowl, their sable power armor edged with flame and molded bone. The newcomers advanced on the castellum, bolt a screaming flame. Bloodhowl raised his chainsword high. "For us and the Allfather!" Thus did the fire howlers of Fenris go one last time into glory.
Flame gouted from the Will of Eternity's flank. It was the tiniest of pinpricks, insignificant against the Blackstone Fortress's vast bulk. But with it, the shields across the lower portside quadrant sputtered and died. From the strategium of Phalanx, Garadana witnessed the moment of weakness. Witnessed and embraced it. The vessel's main batteries, dormant for centuries, roared with a fury to make their long-dead creator proud. The first salvo cracked the Will of Eternity's gleaming armor. The 11th pounded it to dust. Traitor cruisers drove hard for Phalanx's main batteries, their captains ramming headlong into the fortress in the hope of halting their fury. Some guns fell silent, but not enough. Never enough. Phalanx gnawed at the Blackstone's obdurate hide, battering ever closer to its heart, inch by unforgiving inch. Garadon ignored the wailing klaxon's warning of hull breaches and the worried reports from his strategium crew. This was the Blackstone's hour to die, and Phalanx was to be its executioner. Another salvo, and something inside the Will of Eternity shattered. A crack split the Blackstone's core, brilliant purple light bleeding across the stars. As the battered Phalanx limped to safety, the rupture spread, swallowing those vessels nearest to it. With a silent scream that echoed through the minds of every living soul across the Cadian Gate, the Will of Eternity broke apart, its arcane engines dissipating in dazzling aurorae across the outer atmosphere. By the time the glow faded, a third of the Black Fleet was gone, snatched into the immaterium. Yet more ships lay strewn across Cadia's southern pole, their blackened carcasses smoking. By some fluke of fate, the empty and cracked husk of the Will of Eternity remained in orbit, a dark and lifeless moon, staring blindly down at its former prey. Planetside, the Knights of House Raven joined their fire to that of the Imperial Fist Thunderhawks, their volleys unceasing until Vessel of Damnation was naught but fused and blasted scrap. The Cadian Ape and the Sisters of our Martyred Lady at their head, the defenders of Cicatrix, drove the heretics from the muster field. As Kell planted the flag of the 8th atop the reclaimed Cadian Gates, Celestine and her Gemini superior, the slain canonesses Genevieve and Eleanor, reborn through the glory of the living saint, cast the lifeless corpse of the demon prince Acanthos from the walls. It was impossible to say whether it was that or the coruscating flare of purple light in the heavens that broke the will of the traitor horde, but it broke all the same. Harried by the Iron Wolves and Baroness Vardas's knights, the besiegers fled south. Cultists and heretics, their apostasy spent, threw down their arms and begged for forgiveness, but the only mercy they found was that of holy Prometheum. Thousands died, but as many escaped. Despite Phalanx's victory in the heavens, air superiority remained with the Despoiler's forces. Dropships swarmed the skies, gathering the scattered warbands in readiness for a new assault. In the shattered remains of Cicatrix, Creed drew fresh plans. He knew this was no victory. At best, it was survival. CADIA held its breath.
The Vengeful Spirit's iron-bound viewport afforded an excellent view of failure. The gem of CADIA hung suspended against a sea of stars. Sullied, defiant, whole. Not so the shattered hull of the Will of Eternity. The once mighty Blackstone was now a trail of debris stretching for leagues. The double hull had fragmented into 3 substantive shards, the lesser of which was easily 4 times the mass of the Vengeful Spirit itself. All else was dust, or had been drawn into the warp by the same cataclysm that had consumed so much of the Black Fleet. Prosus Gale, the Will of Eternity's captain, had survived that disaster where thousands had not. He would yet live for centuries more before death was allowed to claim him. Each moment of agony in the Vengeful Spirit's dungeons amplified 1,000-fold by technicians of the most exquisite pain. Acanthos has failed. ABADDON did not turn to address the warlords assembled at his command. Let the servants wait upon the whim of the master. Instead, he watched the dropships and transports swarming like insects, mustering the forces for the next assault. Hated Phalanx had withdrawn beyond the equator, running like a wounded cur from the fury of a blooded pack. Surprise had been the antiquated battle fortress's chief weapon, and it was now spent. At last, ABADDON turned to regard his lieutenants. Zaraphiston, Zagthin, Skyrak, Corder. All with gazes carefully averted, unless the Scourge Master's failure proved infectious. Glory and downfall. 2 sides of the same blade, and one that cut indiscriminately. Who would be the first to risk the one for the other? Zagthin, perhaps. His rivalry with the banished Demon Prince was as well known as that between their chosen patrons. Skyrak was too cautious. Corder, too focused on reclaiming his place in the Emperor's children. Zaraphiston had probably cast the auguries and already knew how the coming days would unfold. His silence as likely sprang from threat as from fear. Githmor would have spoken by now, eager to prove his worth, desperate to snatch scraps from the table. Yet Githmor was long dead. It mattered not. They mattered not. The decision was already made. Too often the vengeful spirit had borne witness to failure. It would do so no longer.
Lord ABADDON.
Zaxian stepped forward, as the Despoiler had known he would.
Grant me the burden of the next onslaught, and I shall lay the broken bodies of your enemies before your throne.
No. The word reverberated around the chamber, inviting discord. None came. For 10,000 years, this world has defied me. No more. Abaddon ripped Dracnean from its scabbard. The demons within the blade cackled at his rage, their faces twisting mirthfully at the prospect of slaughter. Gather your warriors. I will see Cadia unmade and its armies broken for all time. Zaraphiston leered, his manner as ever that of one who knew the answers to questions unvoiced.
And if not?
Abaddon stabbed the demon sword into the rusted deck and set it quivering at his feet. Then I will be dust, and you will fight like dogs for my throne. But one way or another, this ends.
The Clarion of Truth. As dawn broke the next morning, Promethean flames leapt hungrily towards the stars. The defenders of Casa Kraf had neither manpower nor time to bury their dead, and so honoured them the only way they could, in cleansing flame. Betimes, the wind shifted, carrying with it the thunder of battle from the south, as Baroness Vardas's knights obliterated those traitors abandoned by the Black Fleet. The pyres burned for 2 days and nights, fed by whatever fuel could be spared, preserving the honoured dead from the corruption of the dark gods and the defilement of their living thralls. Those final rites had come at Celestine's insistence, and Creed had yielded. Not out of necessity, nor even out of respect. The Lord Castellan sought solely to keep his soldiers' minds and bodies occupied. Activity, fruitful or otherwise, was always the best way to buttress failing morale. They'd realize the grim truth soon enough. That truth Creed had embraced, even before Celestine had hurled Acanthos's corpse from the top of the wall. Casa Kraf's greatest moment of defiance had been its last, when the Despoiler's hordes came again, and Creed was certain that they would, if only because the abyssal spectres of the Legion of the Damned stood silent sentry out on the Elysian pylon fields. The defiance of Cadia would continue elsewhere, if it did so at all. Thus, Creed left the living saint to her ministrations amidst the flames, grateful for whatever resolve she awoke, and entertained unthinkable notions of retreat. The arrival of Phalanx offered a new opportunity. Though devastated in the course of its lone stand against the Black Fleet, the battle station was still capable of warp travel. It could carry a vast portion of the forces stranded on Cadia to safety. A voice in Creed's head urged him to remain, to fight on. But the more he dwelt upon the matter, the more Creed came to wonder if that voice spoke with the forked tongue of pride rather than duty. Perhaps Cadia's battle was at last done, and it was time to defend the outer jaws of the gate from Agrippina or Bellis Corona. Little by little, reinforcements dribbled in from the outer system. Some were lost the moment they hit real space, ill fortune bringing them under the guns of the Black Fleet. Others fared better, braving the dead fire zone between Cadia's equator and coming safely into the waiting arms of mighty Phalanx. First to do so were Captain Rus Tracanto's 5th Company of the Crimson Fists, driven back from Casa Partox with the remnants of the Cadian 14th. A dozen battered cruisers limped in from Solar Maratius, their hangars crammed with the tanks of the armoured 51st and the Knights of House Tyrannus. Their crew whispered tales of an escape in the face of inconceivable odds, one achieved only when slate grey cruisers had emerged from the warp and boarded the leading vessels of the pursuing fleet. Upon learning those cruisers bore the faded brands of the Space Wolves, Creed inquired of Orvin Highfell if further reinforcements might yet arrive from Fenris. He received no other answer than a stony glare. The last to arrive was not only the most unexpected, but also the most welcome. A Mechanicus fleet, inbound from the arid backwater of the Ariad system. Ever the pragmatist, Creed saw their arrival as an opportunity to remake a portion of Cadia's shattered defences. In this, he was disappointed. The newcomers had suffered travails of their own. Though the fleet remained battle-ready, their Scutari maniple had been greatly thinned by strife, and the ranks of artificers and battle masons expended to defend a now abandoned archaeological site. Worse, the fleet's commander, the Archmagus Belisarius Call, intoned a warning that Creed was initially loath to believe, for it meant that the danger to the Imperium, indeed to the galaxy as a whole, was far greater than any yet knew. In a council of war, held within the remains of Kazakraf's command bastion, Call laid out the scope of his discoveries on Eriad. Few understood the detail of his theories. The Archmagus constantly slipped into and out of the buzzing binary cant of the Omnisire, and even those parts of the explanation rendered in High Gothic dealt in subjects so arcane that Call might as well not have shared them at all. Yet the singular awful truth was plain enough. For long eons, the Cadian pylons and others like them had held the galaxy together. Without them, the tides of the Immaterium would consume all. ABADDON had spent 10,000 years obliterating the pylon fields, weakening the stitches, holding reality together. None present wanted to believe Call's words, but the clarion of truth was a sound peculiar to itself. Moreover, the theory made new sense of so much. The rising darkness of the passing millennia, the ever-increasing prevalence of warp storms, the Despoiler's obsession with Cadia. ABADDON's Black Crusade, so long dismissed as failures, if ones greatly to the Imperium's cost, had been the product of strategy more layered than any had believed. Cancephalus, Arkreth, Cromarch, the Gothic War. For millennia, they had been viewed as causes in and of themselves. Now they were revealed as camouflage for ABADDON's true agenda, one envisaged by an immortal's eye in the prosecution of a war without end. Call did not speak of everything he knew or guessed. Vale Walker's cryptic missives remained his secret, but he assured all that hope was not lost, that the pylons contained the key to ABADDON's defeat as well as his victory. This last was merely a projection, the first guess the Archmagus had entertained in many centuries, if not the first lie offered to allies unversed in the logical precepts of the Omnisire. And yet Call told himself his words contained a kernel of truth. The pylons were tools, and it was one of the founding precepts of the Adeptus Mechanicus that the difference between tools and weapons existed only in narrow minds. To hear Call speak of it, there was no way to know how many pylons had already fallen, or how close to the tipping point the galaxy had come. Yet one thing was clear to Creed. Retreat from Cadia was no longer an option. ABADDON would be denied his prize today, as he had in millennia past. All that remained was to determine how that impossible goal was to be achieved, and swiftly, before the quiescent Black Fleet awoke to new fury. The first move occurred in the skies. Phalanx's abused plasma drives hauled the battle fortress southward across the equator, attaining geostationary orbit over the pylon fields of Cadia Secundus. Every eye upon the bridge scoured the astral auspexes and sensor banks for the Black Fleet's attempts to counter the move. No such retaliation came. Phalanx had taught ABADDON's captains caution, if not respect. It seemed none amongst them had any stomach for mutually assured destruction that day. With the skies thus secured from the threat of bombardment, Creed fashioned a new defense. Trenchworks and Aegis lines were established across the Elysian pylon fields. The catacombs below, originally envisioned as a final line of defense, now became the sprawling heart of a makeshift fortress. Above ground, massed Cadian ranks waited alongside the Sisters of our Martyred Lady. Below, Cause adepts laboured beneath the unblinking gaze of their Scitari protectors. The dwindled Adeptus Astartes, now reinforced by the Crimson Fist's 5th, and the survivors of Garradon's depleted command, formed a single strike force under Master Corahel. Only the Iron Wolves forsook unity of purpose, striking out on their own to roam the Elysian perimeter. Corahel disdained their choice, blaming the ancient enmity between the Sons of Rus and of the Lion. But Garradon wasn't so sure. He had fought alongside the Wolves of Fenris many times before, and had never known any so taciturn as the Iron Wolves. That night, when the wind carried distant howls across Elysion, a chill passed through Garradon's bones, though he did not know why.
The wind howled about the crumbled spires as Highfell approached, his every step heavier than the last. No, it was not only the wind. The Wolf Priest waited in silence at the door. Sundered by the Black Fleet's initial bombardment, the bastion was worthless as a redoubt, but it would serve as a cage. "How many?" Highfell growled softly. Harkin twitched his lips, the gesture setting the tips of his pleated moustache dancing. 3 more. With an effort, Highfell kept his expression neutral. The curse had followed them ever since Migdal. It would consume them all, given time. He turned to Harkin, his face an unreadable mask. "Keep them bound. When battle comes, they will do their part, as will we all."
Hours crawled by. With every second, the inevitable grew closer. Fevered anticipation of the fateful hour grew worse than the fear of death. All who waited on the Elysian fields, whether born of Cadia or some distant world, silently yearned for the battle to begin, for death or triumph to find them now, while they yet had nerve and strength to face it. Celestine and her Gemini superior hovered silently in the skies above, their radiance bright against a dark future. Yet even the living saint felt foreboding in those hours. Waking dreams assailed her with each new dawn, visions of a fortress afire, of its defenders drowning beneath a bloody tide. Her wings damaged in those dreams. Celestine could not outrun that flood. Each time she made the attempt, its waters claimed her. And yet each time there was a presence beyond the tide, a warrior's silhouette, familiar and yet not, trapped behind a wall of ice strewn with the Black Legion's dead. Each dawn, Celestine blinked the vision away. Knowledge would come in its own time. Until then, the Emperor would guide her, as he always had. She was his hand. Amidst the roots of the pylons, Belisarius Call wrestled with secrets denied to mankind for ageless millennia. Fusion welders assailed the faceless stone, blazing silently for hours untold as they sought samples for analysis. Call sent servitor probes into smooth-edged breaches in the pylon's flanks, set loose every functional tech scryer he had salvaged from the abandoned compound on Ariad 6. Nothing bore fruit. The black skin resisted all attempts to breach it. Contact was lost with each servitor precisely 6 seconds after it vanished. Into the depths, and the scryers found nothing that was not already on record. All Cole knew for certain was that the low-level resonance, amply quantified by generations long dead, was growing in amplitude. Indeed, several of the pylons showed signs of fatigue, as if their silent exertions were as damaging to the structures themselves as to the squalling currents of the immaterium. Cole hypothesized that as one pylon field was destroyed, the burden intensified upon those that remained. When one field ceased to function, those on distant worlds automatically adapted. Was Cadia the last? The Archmagus had no way of knowing, but decided it was only logical to assume that it was. Still, the pylons refused to yield their secrets, until that a cloaked figure made its presence known. With his thoughts thus directed, the Archmagus at last grasped the elegance of the pylon's construction, of technologies whose meanest function far outstripped the dreams of his long-dead mentors. Though the detail remained as far beyond him as his explanation of the pylon's function was beyond his allies on the surface, Cole at last grasped the shape of the Maker's intent. Imagination awoken to fevered life by the possibilities, Cole began his labors anew. Meanwhile, in the silent void above Cadia's southern pole, dormant hangars stirred to life, and the first dropships blazed into an outer atmosphere choked with the debris of failed conquest. The Battle of Elysion was about to begin.
Cole disengaged his primary consciousness from the scryer's data screen and stared upwards. The inscrutable bulk of the pylon stood like a shadow against the strata of the cavern wall, defiant, mocking. Had he merely traded one world of obdurate secrets for another? Days of toil, and not even a scintilla of progress. Had Veilwalker deceived him? Or had he deceived himself? Read more meaning into her words than had truly been there? Was it all a grand distraction, waylaying his attention while she stole the reliquary? Cole felt his rebreather quicken. He cannot imagine why she would do such a thing, but what cause did the Xenos truly need for malice? A familiar sensation crept across his sense filaments. He was not alone. It seemed Cadia had yet more in common with Iriad 6 than he had expected. I projected your arrival before now, Veilwalker. Cole turned. Servo crawlers scuttling beneath him. The intruder was not the Shadow Seer. Green eyes blazed from beneath a hood of metallic scale. The power core of a burnished staff glinted. I mean you no harm. The figure cocked his head to one side. Are those the correct words? I find that no matter which I use, no one ever believes me. He paused. Wait, what did you call me? The secondary circuits meshed, retrieving ancient data. A Necron, a soulless embodiment of the motive force, a blasphemy against the Omnissiah. Cole's Arc Scourger slithered to life, energy crackling across its coils. You are an abomination. The Necron set his staff aside. Thief normally suffices. I prefer honored guest. But abomination or thief, you and I have common cause. Cole willed the Arc Scourge's tendrils to war mode, already anticipating the joy of dissection. Logic dictates otherwise. Then you don't seem to understand the nature of this matrix. The Arc Scourge grew still at Cole's wordless command. This was unexpected. Or was it the abomination's trick to preserve its mockery of existence? You comprehend its secrets? I was there when they were first erected. Or perhaps I wasn't. You of all people should understand that memory is a fickle thing. Call allowed an angry hiss to rattle through his rebreather. We share no communality. Perhaps. I went to the fires of biotransference and chains. You, I think, have gladly sliced away your humanity piece by piece. The Necron stepped closer, eyes blazing. But neither of us desires to see this galaxy ripped asunder by the Imperial ones. Destroy me, if you wish. I will simply awaken elsewhere. Nothing will change. For me, for you, for this world. Call remained silent. Probabilities warping and reforming with fresh data. First, an Elder had set him on this path. Now a Necron offered to guide his steps. But if the knowledge preserved the Omnissiah's Imperium, show me. Sardonic laughter, dry as dust, echoed around the cavern. Ha 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 ha. I thought you'd never ask. The Battle of Elysian Fields. The first wave came from the west. Landers skirted the outer edge of Phalanx's bombardment zone, vomiting a filthy tide across the pylon field. They came from 100 worlds, liberated from the worship of the false emperor, their petty desires stoked by blasphemous canticle and empty promise until they roared like a furnace. Hive gangers, manufacturing workers, deserters from the Emperor's light. They swarmed about the pylons, a mass given purpose by the demagogic dark apostles railing in their midst. As they crossed the line invisible to the mortal eye, Phalanx's bombardment cannons roared, snatching hundreds of ragged madmen to their deaths. Still, the cultists came on. The survivors of the Cadian Ninth held their fire to the very last moment, ignoring the reckless auto-gun and stubber fire whining over their heads. Every man amongst them recalled the shame of the Cadian Gates, where they had fled alongside the 33rd. Every man had lost comrades in the brutal culling that had followed. Commissars instilling discipline through bloody example. But one factor lent them resolve more than any other. The chanting mass, bearing down upon the Ninth, served as a dark mirror, a licentious path that could have been theirs, had fate been a little different. The soldiers of the Ninth hated the cultists for daring to embrace a path they themselves had forsaken, and now punished them for it. At barked words of command, the Ninth rose up out of their trench line and opened fire. Ragged cultists screamed their last and fell dead amidst the dust. The voices of apostate preachers faded as cannon fire sucked the air from their lungs. Hundreds crumpled beneath lasfire and earth-shaker bombardment, but thousands more came on. The boots of the living stomping the dead to bloody offal in their determination to reach the Cadian lines. Even as the cultists thronged forward, the doleful roar of plasma drives heralded the arrival of new landing craft. Ramps slammed down into the dirt to the north and east, and ABADDON's second assault began. The battle sisters of our martyred lady held the northern line. Celestine at their head, they met the rush of flame-belching demon engines, with a steadfast roar of bolt guns and the choral bellow of their exorcists. Seraphim sisterhoods jinked and soared through the maze of pylons, hunting warpsmiths before their dark ministrations could return sundered war engines to the fray. To the east, Baroness Vardas's knights served as artillery support for the tanks of the 185th, meeting the battle-scarred titans of the Legio Vulcanum and the massed tanks of the Crimson Slaughter, with fury fit to shake the roots of the world itself. But it was in the south, where the Cadian 8th and 21st held the line, that ABADDON's true assault fell. There, amidst the ruins of pylons toppled in antiquity, the Black Legion advanced through the shrieking ruin of Phalanx's bombardment.
They came in an armoured column 2 miles wide and twice that deep. The dust clouds of biker outriders upon their flanks, and banners that had once challenged the defences of terror itself, ripping and snapping in the slipstream. Shells fell like black rain in their path, littering the southern approach with twisted wrecks. Helldrakes screeched overhead, strafing volleys shredding the makeshift artillery positions. The Hydras of the 8th engaged the demon craft, but it was an unending flock. Mortal might could only disperse it, not see it destroyed. With his allies beset on all sides, and with no orbital support save Phalanx's bombardment, Corahel divided his Adeptus Astartes strike force. Amalric's Black Templars and Garradon's Imperial Fists reinforced the southern lines, while the Crimson Fists and Corahel's 4th Company led their might to the north. Of the Iron Wolves, there were no confirmed sightings, though the 8th spotters noted that the wrecks of the Black Legion column lay thickest near a ruined bastion some distance southwest of the trench line. Hours passed. ABADDON's warbands closed around the pylon fields like a gauntleted fist, squeezing tight about Creed's command. To the south, the Black Legion cast aside their battered transports and hurled themselves bodily at the 8th, their guttural battle cries a marrow-chilling herald to their onset. In the east, Baroness Vardes found an honourable end worthy of her forebears, her crippled knight dealing the death blow to the traitor Reaver Furioso Rex before reactor containment failed. The Baroness's death redoubled her lancemate's determination. In the proud history of House Raven, none perished so valiantly as they in that hour. Bereft of the knight's heavy armament, the colonel of the 185th ordered a fighting retreat, in his terror forgetting there was no longer any ground to yield. The eastern lines would have fallen in that hour, but for the intervention of Corahel's 4th Company and Trecanto's 5th. Screaming from the skies in golden thunderhawks, they reached the breached trench line in the very moment Sylvestus Cranon led his crimson-armoured traitors in a final assault. As the Crimson Fist's veteran devastators duelled with the surviving Titans, Steadfast Angel and Fallen Saber clashed amidst the charred remnants of House Raven, bitter history lending fury to every blow. At Cassacraf, the Cadian 9th had fled. At the Elysian Field, they died by the hundreds without faltering, matching the madness of their foes with a coward's zeal for redemption. Yet, little by little, their line of bayonets shrank inwards, overwhelmed. Seeing the danger, Creed ordered new reserves into the west. But the foe were too many. Though the banners of the 75th and the 103rd reached the western trenches before they were overrun, the 9th was beyond salvation. In death, they had earned redemption. Day ground on into night, and then into day once again, each fleeting hour standing witness to martyrdoms by the score. Not one demon engine laid a warped claw on the northern trench lines, for the Sisters of our martyred Lady met them on the open plain beyond. The light of battle was upon them, the will of the Emperor coursing through their veins. The Battle Sisters paid a bloody price for their resolve, but they felt neither pain nor loss, for Celestine's presence was both a balm and a spur to holy madness. In the east, Raus Trecanto perished upon the chain fist of Baronax the Blood-Haunted, only to be avenged in kind by Corahel's relic sword. In the south, the colonel of the 21st, driven mad by demonic voices that had haunted him since the fall of Cassacraf, seized a voxcaster and ordered his soldiers to retreat. He perished before he could repeat that command, the Emperor's mercy delivered from Commissar Strang's smoking bolt pistol. But the damage had been done. The 21st, their morale already upon a bayonet's edge, wavered. Creed strove to rally them, his voice booming across the Vox grid as it had so many times before. but now the Lord Castellan himself came under assault. ABADDON had sworn to crush Cadia's last resistance himself, and now he came to do so. He did not enter the maelstrom of battle alone. The bringers of despair, their trophy racks thick with the heads of Cadian officers, teleported into the heart of Creed's command, Sky Shield. Dozens perished in bloody moments, ripped apart by the fury of the Black Legion's finest warriors. Only Creed survived, shoved aboard a Valkyrie at Kel's hand, the Colour Sergeant's last act of fealty in a lifetime of unflinching service. The bolt shell struck a hammer blow against Kel's knee, shredding flesh and mangling bone. He fell, agony clawing at his thoughts. Still, he found the strength to push Creed aboard the waiting assault carrier. Go! Go! The Valkyrie's pilot needed no further encouragement. Engines howling, it sped skyward, bearing the Lord Castellan to safety, or whatever illusion of it remained on the Elysian fields. Only then did Kell afford himself the luxury of pain. Bracing the foot of the 8th standard against the ground, he fell to his remaining knee. His vision clouded. Dark shapes loomed over him, monstrous silhouettes edged with blood-spattered gold. A gauntlet closed around Kell's throat, hoisting him up like a broken doll. Cold black eyes stared from a pallid face. The Despoiler. Kell felt no fear. He was dead already. What more could even ABADDON the traitor do to him? Only faith mattered now. Faith and honour. Such dedication to so unworthy a cause, the Despoiler rumbled. Pitiful. With his last strength, Kell hawked a gobbet of bloody phlegm at his captor. Cadia stands! ABADDON snorted, his lip curling in sardonic disgust. I don't think so. The last sound Kell heard was the crack of his own shattering spine. With the 8th command scattered or slain, and the 21st in full retreat, the southern front collapsed. Dark praises on their lips, the chosen of ABADDON overran the few remaining trenches held by the 21st, and rampaged east across the Elysian fields. Amoric and Garradon planted their banners full in the Black Legion's path, a ceramite wall of black and gold, to serve as a breakwater against the tide. Had valor alone been the measure of victory, the Elysian fields would have been won that day. But the Sons of Dawn were too few, and the Black Legion many. Their redoubt became an island swallowed by a sea of madness, and the traitors swept on. The artillery companies of the 185th perished first, overwhelmed from ground they had fought secure. As the black tide consumed the 185th Command Squadrons, the battle-worn brothers of the Crimson Fist's 5th counterattacked, their bolters reaping vengeance for their fallen captain. Robbed of his staunchest ally, Corahel rallied the last of the Dark Angels in the shadow of a sky-scraping pylon. As the Crimson Slaughter howled fresh battle cries, the Sons of Caliban prepared to sell their lives dearly. In the west, the 75th and the 403rd defended a rampart of dead. The wall of charred and bloody flesh grew taller with each new onslaught, a treacherous, gore-slicked mass that claimed as many lives as the defenders' volleys. Yet still, the cultists came on. As yet another assault ended in sodden ruin, the tone of the cultists' chant altered. Hellfire flared across the points of rusted icons, dark prayers billowed with the smoke, and the first demons clawed their way onto the Elysian fields. The hellspawn flickered, inconsistent as dreams in the shadow of the ancient pylons, but their claws cut as savagely as always, their whispered promises and the droning of flies no less pervasive for the infirmity of flesh. Warpfire scored the bloody rampart, Lithesome demonettes danced into the breaches, and the western front crumbled. Celestine saw the danger. Only to the north that the traitor's assault crumbled entirely, hammered and split by the unwavering zeal of the Adeptus Sororitas. The Battle Sisters had paid a high price for their victory, but it was victory nonetheless. The light of the living saint shone as bright as ever, the valor of her reborn Gemini superior undimmed. Southwards they went, hymns of battle echoing about the pylons, the thunder of bolt guns never far behind. As the remnants of the Cadian 8th withdrew into the catacombs, ABADDON led his Terminators in bloody pursuit. Other warbands followed, and soon the outermost passages resounded to the thunder of autocannons and the screams of the dying. Their ranks bolstered by Kol Skitari, the 8th fought like lions for every inch of those catacombs. Each blast all became a choke point where sacrifice brought precious moments. Each crossroads a corpse-strewn redoubt. Creed fought with the rearguard, leading by example wherever he could. With their colours lost, their command dead upon the field above, he knew the 8th needed a talisman, a promise of hope in a battle swiftly turning to defeat. The 8th did not disappoint him. Not lightly had they been named the Lord Castellan's own. They would have followed Creed into the fires of demon worlds, had only he led them there. And with every defiant curse, every rearguard sacrifice to the Despoiler's onset, they proved themselves worthy of their beloved general. Deeper still in the catacomb network, Archmagus Call labored on. At Trazan's direction, he focused his attention on the pylon that served as the command node for the Elysian fields. With each moment, the tendrils of his machine consciousness wended deeper into the pylon's pathway, his understanding of its arcane constructions magnifying with each binary calculation. At last, he comprehended the full scope and purpose of the pylon fields, the elegance of a design millennia beyond the advances of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Trazan, the Infinite, watched from the shadows, careful not to provoke the Cataphron breachers tasked with his obliteration should he attempt betrayal. He still did not know himself if he intended one. The possibilities offered by the immediate future were too tempting, yet too finely balanced. Had he come as a thief or a savior? Did he any longer know how to make the choice? Uncertain, the Necron watched the Archmagus at his work. The western wall of the vast cavern collapsed with an ear-splitting roar. Black-armored traitors crashed into the line of waiting electro-priests, a line that collapsed within moments of the first blow. ABADDON himself hacked and tore at their head, the demon sword Drachnian, cleaving alloy and bone without effort. Call saw none of this, his tri-level consciousness locked in the joys of discovery. Trazan watched the breacher's torsion cannons rip into the traitors' ranks, and knew at once that the Cataphrons could not prevail. Thief or savior, the decision had been made for him, at least for the moment. Reaching beneath his scaled cloak, the Necron withdrew a gleaming fractal tesseract labyrinth and hurled it into the fray. It bounced twice, the shifting energy fields decomposing into glowing gossamer strands. Then its captive dimensions unfolded in a burst of dazzling light, disgorging a new army into the war-torn cabin. This was not a Necron legion, nor even a body of troops drawn from a single world. The Tesseract's contents comprised the merest fragment of Trazan's imperial collection, drawn from archives filled to bursting, or storage vaults given over to duplicate exhibits. Some had languished in Solmonas's stasis vault for millennia, the fleeting centuries passing unnoticed. Others had joined the collection in but recent times, their captivity measured in months or years. For Lieutenant Commander Carantes of the Ultramarines, barely an eye blink had passed since the days of the heresy. For his Contemptor dreadnoughts and mortal brothers alike, no guidance was needed save the presence of the blasphemous icons of chaos, and the Imperium's double-headed eagle. The dreadnought Talon at their head, the time-lost Ultramarines prosecuted their eternal battle anew. Others were not so swift to react. The Vestroyan 21st, taken during one of the innumerable greenskin offences along the Segmentum Obscurus, found themselves beset with stasis sickness, their heads swimming as perceptions snapped back into step with reality. But the roar of battle curses many ills of the mind, and the desire for survival transcend all existential doubt. Orders rang out, and the shaken Vestroyans entered the fray, joined by snipers from long-dead Tanith. Salamanders thought lost during the Clovian disaster, and a lone warrior in golden armour, his scarlet plume and eagle heraldry seldom seen so far from the cradle of mankind. With the arrival of the impossible reinforcements, the Black Legion assault stalled. His self-appointed duty done, Trezan returned to the shadows. The role of saviour might perhaps have suited him in that hour, but self-sacrifice was a task he gladly left to organics. Yet there was one amongst the Tesseract-loosed group who did not join the battle, but surveyed it coldly from the fringes. Katarina Greyfax, Inquisitor of the Ordo Hereticus, was not known for leaping to rash conclusions, for she counted rashness as but one of the many paths to heresy. Her bodyguard, drawn from the 55th Kepic Eagles, had learned this harsh lesson over many years of indentured service. Though lasguns were levelled and safeties disengaged, not a single scion fired. "Sir, we have movement amongst the Blackstone debris." Commodore Treveau crossed to the Auspex Hollow display. Phalanx's sensors had taken as much of a hammering as the rest of the vessel, but fidelity enough remained to confirm the ensign's assessment. At least a dozen traitor cruisers risked oblivion amidst the debris cloud. "What are those scum playing at?" he breathed. The question was purely rhetorical. Whatever the Black Fleet sought in the ruins, it was Trevo's duty to see that it was undiscovered. "Helm, and get us underway. Set heading for the near edge of the debris cloud. Comms, relay a request to our Mechanicus allies to cover our abaft starboard engagement zone. The shield generators are still down, and we've dead sensors all across that quadrant." The deck tremored as Phalanx got underway. Treveau glanced again at the display for any response from the Black Fleet. He saw none. Was it a trap? The communications officer looked up from his station. "Mechanicus Fleet confirms request." On the holo display, the bulk of the rust-red fleet swung onto new headings. Only the Arc Mechanicus remained on station, well beyond weapons range. Treveau knew he'd received no explanation as to why, and gave silent thanks that the Adepts of Mars had lent him any vessels at all. The Despoiler's Wrath. The nodal cavern shook with the fury of war. The bedrock of the planet trembled at the clash of immeasurable wills. As in the Elysian fields above, this was no battle of tactics, of grand strategy calculated and unleashed. It was a brawl, fought at the closest of quarters, the dying near enough to see the hatred in their slayers' eyes. Lieutenant Commander Carantes knew something was amiss. The broad strokes of the battle were correct, but the details were wrong. It seemed obvious that the foe was some nest of traitors, fallen from the Emperor's light, but their heraldry was unfamiliar. Even the war gear of his allies was wrong, somehow cruder than it should have been. But one certainty overrode those doubts. The foes of the Imperium had risen, and would be put down by the might of Ultramar. The thunderclap of a demolisher shell ripped Cole from his binaric reverie, just as the last synapse connection snapped into place. Many-faceted eyes took in the losing battle. In the cavern, his cerebrum slipped into war mode. It would take time for the pilot node to process his instructions, for the schema he had fashioned to unfurl. His carapace crackled as tertiary life support bled power into his weapons augments. Vox grills cleared, the syllables of the lingua technis rising without conscious thought. Around the chamber, the voices of electro-priests and scutari took up the chant, and wavering lines found strength in the Omnissiah's blessings. The hunched figure of Belisarius Cole quickened, an unfamiliar uncertainty in ABADDON's black heart. Had the adepts of Mars at last divined the strategy of eons? The uncertainty blossomed into doubt. The Despoiler had sought to break Cadia's defenses before ushering them into oblivion. The brutal hierarchy of the Black Fleet required a show of strength. The Dark Gods demanded it. But had he erred? Horus had failed in his grand design by succumbing to bravado, forsaking battle when none was needed. Had he, ABADDON, now fallen into the clutches of pride? Recognizing that the battle for Cadia had reached its last deadly crux, ABADDON commanded his sorcerers to breach the Immaterium. No sooner had the first cracks torn reality's veil than a host of blood-hungry demons burst free into the cavern. With a snarl not entirely directed at his foes, the Despoiler dragged up every last scrap of his warp-granted strength and hurled himself into battle anew. The last Contemptor fell, ripped apart by a trio of hellbrutes, and the Ultramarine's fate grew bleak. Fire danced through the air, coalescing into the somber shadows of the Legion of the Damned. Unyielding, they marched to the Ultramarine's rescue, bolters spitting soul fire to consume the corrupt. A many-armed Slaneshi demon led a capering horde into the Vestroyan ranks, false and blasphemous promises spilling from its lips. Cole's solar atomizer flared, and the beast disintegrated into glowing dust. Scions of the Kepik Eagles collapsed, retching blood bile through their rebreathers as the bountiful gifts of Nurgle found purchase in their lungs. Cataphrons converged their fire, melting a pack of Mauler fiends to scrap. The cavern trembled, dust scattering from newly opened fissures. Colossal stalactites, millennia in the making, fell like stone rain, pulping traitor and loyalist alike. Cadia stands. The battle cry thundered across the ruin of the breached cavern wall. It issued from 1,000 voices, searing forth from a quarter the Black Legion assumed tight within their merciless grasp. The Cadian ape fired again, then, with Creed's battle cry, the call to arms that had kept Cadia defiant for those past weeks. Still upon their lips, they surged over broken stone and bloody corpses to avenge their comrades. Howling shapes came with them, blurs of fang and slate-grey armor. The iron wolves sigil upon every pauldron. Wolven led the charge. Battle Brothers lost to the Space Wolves' ancestral curse since Cadia's encirclement. Even those who followed, High fell amongst them, fought with a feral wildness in their eyes, their humanity slipping away with every blow struck. The Iron Wolves had embraced this knowledge. They knew with certainty that the savagery of war would only accelerate their devolution. But they loosed the beasts in their souls all the same, for Russ and for the All-Father. The Black Legion ground on. 10,000 years of hate drove them, 10,000 years of pride and fury. The bringers of despair tore at the time-lost Ultramarines with blade and fist, rending cataphracte armor and pulping the flesh beneath. The talon of Horus ripped Carantes' sword arm from its socket. Drachnaen split him in two. The captain's loss only stiffened his battle brother's resolve, and they met the fury of the Black Legion with discipline instilled at Guilliman's own hand. But even as the Cappic Eagles poured their fire into the Black Legion's flank, it became apparent that discipline and fury alone would not overcome 10,000 years of blessed hate. Something more was needed. With a yawning groan, an area of ceiling the size of a landing field gave way. Cadians and Cappics scattered or were crushed beneath the debris. The Black Legion fought on. ABADDON, Carantes' sundered corpse lifeless at his feet, sought out the soul, whose obliteration would at last break the defender's will. Pride had led ABADDON to this hour. It could not be ignored, only sated. His black gaze settled on the heavy-set general who had barely escaped him on the plains above. Creed. CADIA had stood long through his efforts, and the dark gods would now take his soul. A bellowed command, and gore-slicked demons sprang screaming at the Cadian 8th, the terminators of the Black Legion close behind. Golden light spilled through the sundered ceiling, flooding the nodal chamber. Celestine, the living saint, corpse bride of the eternal emperor. She showed no hesitation, no doubt. Fire streaming from her wingtips, she swooped to confront the Despoiler. Demons pounced, but a sweep of the ardent blade cast them broken to the ground. Winged possessed soared, talons clawing at limb and blade, but the Gemini Superior clove them from the air. Soon they faced one another. Spiritual daughter of the beneficent emperor, and heir to the greatest traitor in the history of mankind. No words were spoken, none were needed. Soul fire roiled as the ardent blade struck Drachnaen, the wail of hope and despair shivering the spirits of all who heard it. ABADDON was the mightier by far. Alone, Celestine had no hope of triumph, but she was not alone. The Gemini Superior were ever at her side, the free fighting as one against the Despoiler of legends. At the cavern's edge, Katharina Greyfax beheld Celestine's arrival with revulsion. How long had she been gone that such heresy could take root? Battle sisters suffused with the power of idolatry. Warriors of the Adeptus Astartes reveling in the corruption of their own mutations. Spirits wreathed in hellfire. And yet the loyal soldiers of CADIA and Ultramar, known across the galaxy for their unswerving devotion, their purity, embraced these evils in the name of victory. It was a cornerstone of Greyfax's certainty that evil had no shades, no lesser forms that could be tolerated in service to a larger goal. Purity was perfection, uncompromising, ideal. She had killed thousands for lesser sins than this. She had killed her own kind for wavering from the path. What victory could there be if adamant precepts were torn asunder? The shadows reformed around her. Green eyes blazed. Greyfax aimed the muzzle of her condemner bolt gun squarely between them. Abomination! That word again! A metal hand gestured lazily across the cavern. Stop me if this sounds familiar, but I suspect your priorities require re-evaluation. You sow corruption wherever you tread. Your reckoning is overdue. She pulled the trigger. Well, she tried to. Her finger didn't respond. Trazyn opened his palm, a flood of microscopic machines flowing over his fingers. I'm not a fool. The mind shackle will not let you harm me. Bile flooded Greyfax's mouth. Anger seared it away. You've corrupted me, as you did Valeria. A precaution only. As for Valeria, she had a remarkable brain. You robbed me of the opportunity for study. Again, Greyfax tried to pull the trigger. Again, nothing happened.
useless. "I brought you here out of common cause," said Trazyn. "I'm not yet done with this world, and nor is your Imperium. If you seek to save it, I suggest you focus that formidable certainty of yours elsewhere. Our reckoning will wait." With a snarl, Greyfax turned away. At last, slivers of data congealed in the mechanical recesses of Call's mind. The nodal grid was ready. A labour that might yet overshadow 10,000 years of lesser works was prepared. And yet, the Archmagus suffered an onset of doubt. What if the Necron had lied? Call's delvings had only scratched the surface. There was still so much about the pylon's function that he could only guess at. As the last of the time-lost Ultramarines was struck his dying blow, Call's priorities snapped back into focus. Logic dictated the unmistakable danger before his eyes take precedence over unsubstantiated premonition. Offering one last prayer to the Omnisire, Call sent the command. It began slowly. The resonant pulse of the pylons, normally unheard by all save warp sensitives, grew steadily in pitch and volume. Louder it pulsed, a dull rumble consuming the roar of battle all across the Elysian fields. Black lightning crackled along the pylon's flanks. Combatants from both sides collapsed, blood streaming from ears and noses. Psychers froze as their connection to the Immaterium faded, their conscious minds dragged into oblivion. Black light leapt from the pylon's pinnacles, not just from those upon the Elysian fields, but every functioning pylon yet on Cadia. The beams converged in the upper atmosphere, the outer edge brushing Phalanx's golden flank. As the battle fortress's engines flared in evasive action, the monolithic beam seared across the stars, their sable lance aimed at the heart of the Eye of Terror. Slowly, the shift too small for even the most sensitive of instruments to tally, the Oculus Terribis began to shrink. Though none in the nodal cavern knew the scope of Call's undertaking, its effects were immediate and pronounced. ABADDON's host of demons, their wholesome reality already made fickle by the pylon's formerly dormant state, slipped further into the abyss that spawned them. Demon-fused traitors bellowed their last as their cursed halves were torn into the void. Possessed war engines fell silent. Greyfax screamed wordlessly as the Immaterium purging grasp of the pylons clawed at her mind. Righteous anger, her anchor on reality's shores, she clung to the precipice, refusing to yield. Even ABADDON staggered under the assault, but the Despoiler had ever stood as much apart from his dark patrons as at their side, and he endured the fading of their blessings with snarling fortitude. Others were not so fortunate. The Legion of the Damned, their presence in the mortal world ever inconstant, blinked out like wind-gutted candles, their flames snuffed by the pylon's power. Even Celestine, the manifestation of the Emperor's will, grew dim. The golden light faded, and with it the hopes of mankind. Faith, the same faith that had sustained Cadia's defenses in those darkest hours, began to recede. Valor faded alongside, not just from within the ranks of Creed's swollen regiment, but also among the Kepic Eagles and the Vestroyans so recently set loose from Trazyn's prison. As for the Black Legion, they cared not that the better part of their demon host was swept away, and the remainder weakened. They saw only the physical proof of their ancient belief. The false Emperor's light was fading, and took new strength from the sight. The battle for the nodal cavern shifted, its pace quickening.
Orvan Highfell died amongst his snarling brethren, gauntlets locked about the bloodthirster's throat even as the beast tore him apart. Wolven avenged him, ripping the demon asunder with fang and claw. But one by one, they too succumbed to their wounds. The wake of dead and dying traitors, one last offering to the Allfather. Creed stood firm, the Eighth with him. Their example spread to the stern men of Vestroia. The Kepic Eagles, determined that the scions of the Scholar Progenium would not be outdone by mere guardsmen, found their courage in pride. Through it all, the duel of ideologies wore on, the Despoiler on one side, the living saint and her Gemini superior upon the other. What had begun as an equal battle now favoured ABADDON. Before the Dark Gods had blessed him, he had stood amongst the mightiest of the Adeptus Astartes, seldom bested in battle. Bereft of the Emperor's light, Celestine was a mortal shell, reborn too many times from the tides of the Immaterium. Her handmaidens were extensions of her faded light, weakened by the Immaterium's recession. Though their resolve didn't waver, the outcome was never in doubt. Eleanor spiraled away from the duel, blood oozing from her lips. Blackguard closed around Genevieve, a wall of Terminator armor and roaring chain blades that even her blessed sword could not pierce. Again and again the ardent blade clashed with Drachnayan, but Celestine's efforts were now given over solely to her own defense, and even these desperate parries grew weaker with every stroke. At last, a backhand blow cast Celestine to her knees. Creed saw the living saint fall, and knew at once that her death would mark the end of all they had striven for. Bellowing orders, he threw the ape forward in one last, desperate charge. Drachnayan slashed down. Celestine screamed and convulsed. As ABADDON raised the demon blade for her second strike, the living saint clambered unsteadily to her feet, one hand clamped over a bloody gash in her armor's side, but her gaze was unfaltering.
Celestine knew no fear as she met the Despoiler's black gaze. All unfolded according to the Emperor's will. He would catch her if she fell, as he had before. "You cannot win. Mankind will be free of your masters." The pale brow tightened with unreadable emotion. "There is no freedom." Drachnayan speared forward. Agony exploded behind ABADDON's eyes. Searing pain arced across his synapses. Neurons flared and died, consumed by an attack channeled through the fading skeins of the Immaterium. The demon blade, meant to pierce Celestine's heart, froze mid-strike. Katarina Greyfax gritted her teeth, channeling into her psychic assault all the rage she had known since her reawakening. Though she was loath to admit it, Trizanne had been correct. Her priorities had strayed. An Inquisitor's duty was to the Imperium, not to her own slighted being. Moreover, while all heresies must be purged by fire, some clamoured for its caress more urgently than others. Retribution would find the false saint. Of that Greyfax was certain, but ABADDON's sins held the prior claim. Blinded and staggering, the Despoiler fought back, his indomitable will meeting the psychic fire with some of its own. Strength already sapped by her constant battle against the pylon's pull, Greyfax's hold on his mind snapped, but she wasn't yet done. As the malediction faded, the Inquisitor's condemner bolt gun roared. Shells scattering off his armor, ABADDON started towards Celestine once more. A rush of bayonets blocked his path. The Cadian apes were determined to preserve their beloved saint, even at the cost of their lives. And die they did. By the dozen, by the score, hacked apart as the Despoiler strove to reach the wounded Celestine. With their blood, they brought the saint precious moments. The chamber shuddered. The nodal pylon flared again.
Ceding war mode functions to his secondary and tertiary consciousnesses, Archmage's call interrogated the data streams from his surviving servitors. It was working. The impossible was coming to pass. The Cadian pylon fields, dormant for thousands upon thousands of years, were actually pushing back the Eye of Terror's warped embrace. Across the cavern, demons lost their last foothold in real space, cast back into oblivion by the pylon's black light, leaving behind naught but the bodies of their victims. In space above, navigators lost their bearings. The Cadian Gate, a legend of becalmed warp tides since the earliest days of the Imperium, grew motionless as a frozen mill pond. The layered void shields of Phalanx collapsed to nothing as their connection to the Immaterium faded. Teleport relays flickered, their transit corridors diffusing as the warp receded. From Phalanx's strategium, Commodore Travaux tucked in the rush of reports and wondered what it all meant. Ahead, beyond the jet-black utterances of CADIA's pylons, Chaos cruisers broke cover from amongst the Will of Eternity's debris field and drove hard for the safety of the Black Fleet's big guns. As recon Thunderhawks burned towards the Black Stone's grave, Travaux kept a suspicious eye fixed on the Auspex hologrid. His instincts screamed of imminent danger, but his conscious mind saw none. Unprepared to embrace one over the other, Travaux watched and waited for new data. ABADDON stood like a rock jutting in a river of flesh and bone, Drachnian carving a bloody swathe with every strike. The Despoiler and the Wounded Saint became the battle's focus. Every soul within the nodal chamber, living or damned, knew that victory or defeat turned upon the fate of those champions. The Terminators of the Black Legion regained their master's side, only to come under renewed fire from hotshot lasguns. The Vestroyan 21st were torn apart by a countercharge of power-armored Chosen. The stalemate ground on, a battle bloody enough to whet Khorne's appetites. Had only the Lord of Battles been able to peer through the growing dead zone of the Cadian pylon field. Slowly, the fate of the northern flank turned, the Black Legion driven from the beleaguered Kepik Eagles by the massed fire of Call's maniples. Seizing the opportunity, Greyfax rejoined the embattled shock troopers, her every barked order laced with unambiguous threat. More afraid of the grim Inquisitor than the guns of the Black Legion, the Eagles advanced. Taking command of a Kazakin platoon, Creed led another charge across the bloody ground. The Lord Castellan had no doubt about his ability to match ABADDON might for might, but the Astra Militarum's way had ever been to overcome with numbers that which could not be bested through skill. Trizan the Infinite watched the battle from a rocky perch, aware that history unfolded before him. His taste for glory had faded, replaced by the urge to claim a trinket from the momentous hour. Perhaps a thief was all he was meant to be. Metal fingers toyed with a tesseract labyrinth, its unfathomable dimensions fit to carry a single trophy from embattled Cadia. But what should that trophy be? So many prizes worthy of preservation clamoured for attention. A stray culverin blast shuddered Trizan's stalagmite, and he retired to safer ground. The Tesseract would wait. Whatever his prize, its historic value would only increase as the course of victory tipped one way or the other. Creed sighted along his pistol and sent a laser burst through a Chaos Terminator's cracked eyepiece. Before him, a gout of warp-tainted Promethean immolated a file of Kazakin. A dark shape loomed through the flames, eyes burning like coals. The Talon of Horus roared, snatching the rest of Creed's escort into oblivion.
The air was thick with the screams of burning Kazakin, the roar of gunfire, and the Black Legion's harsh oaths. Creed twisted around, searching for allies in the dust and smoke. He found none, only the dead. "Cadia stands!" Creed bellowed the mantra. No other voice took up the cry. Mocking laughter cut across the cacophony. Creed raised his pistols, sending shot after shot into ABADDON's path. One raised a livid wound upon the Despoiler's pale brow. The others refracted across his baroque armor. "Cadia is dead," thundered ABADDON. "Even now its doom comes." The monstrous lightning claw lashed out. Creed fell amongst the dead, blood oozing from a ravaged arm, electricity arcing across his armor. His pistols had gone, one cast aside by the claw's strike, the other slipping from a bloodied hand whose fingers had been sliced away. Yet Creed felt no fear, only defiance. "Cadia lives, while but one of its soldiers fights on." Crackling talons closed around Creed's neck, hoisting him effortlessly into the air. "I set this world's fate in motion before I even made planetfall. But for hubris, I would never have set foot here at all. Your games with the pylons have only reinforced the folly of pride." Creed clawed at the talons with his one good hand. He might as well have been carved from stone. "But no," rumbled ABADDON. "The corpse bride has fled. The will of Cadia is broken. The Imperium will follow. I do you the honor of being the last to die by my hand. Take solace in the knowledge that this benighted world will not long outlast you." ABADDON drew Creed in, choking off his attempts to speak. "Cadia has fallen." ABADDON's grip tightened. The vertebrae of Creed's neck ground together. As darkness closed in, the Lord Castellan knew only shame. Cadia had stood proud for 10,000 years only to fall under his watch. The humiliation of failed duty was worse than any death. A roar of pain dragged Creed out of the darkness. A golden figure, pale as death, stood behind the Despoiler, her sword thrust deep into his spine. The talons snapped open and Creed fell. "Emperor protects," breathed Celestine. The death of defiance. ABADDON lurched away from Celestine, her blade ripping free of his flesh. The wound seethed as if aflame. It had been millennia since he had been hurt so, and his spirit boiled with the need for revenge. But as the Cadian apes surged to reclaim their beloved general, ABADDON realized he had no time for the luxury of pride. The last vestiges of the warp were retreating before the pylon's arcane energies. If he were to depart, it would have to be now. Reluctantly, his eyes never leaving Celestine's, ABADDON gave the order to withdraw. As the vengeful spirit's teleport anchors engaged, the honorable warrior ABADDON had once been acknowledged defeat Cadia's defenders had managed. They had lost, though they did not yet know it, but they had also won. He had sought to break Cadia's spirit, send the vanquished souls of its garrison screaming into the warp. He had not done so. Before the defenders' incredulous gazes, azure lightning crackled across the nodal cavern, and the surviving warriors of the Black Legion faded into nothingness. Creed pulled angrily away from the medic attempting to treat his hand, blinking away after images as the implications hammered home. "I set this world's fate in motion before I even made planetfall," ABADDON had said. The Lord Castellan wished he could believe the words were mere bravado, but his heart knew otherwise. Following the sudden cessation, Archmagus Call's first thought was to recheck the nodal grid's function. Finding it satisfactory, he broke from war mode and took inventory of his remaining forces. Greyfax shook with the effort of keeping her soul centered as the warp vacuum sought to claim it. Trazan
slipped the tesseract labyrinth beneath his cloak, and regretfully allowed that Ezekiel ABADDON would not grace his collection. At least not that day. As for Celestine, the living saint stared upward, through the ruined cavern roof, and into the star-lit skies beyond, her manner that of one who already knew what would happen next.
The void in Greyfax's mind grew larger, black and hungry against the red rage of her thoughts. Her weapons fell from numbed hands. She knew that to yield to it was to embrace oblivion, but still the temptation was there. She staggered and sought to right herself before one of her bodyguard could help her do so. A hand seized Greyfax's shoulder and steadied her. Not that of her tempestuous scion, but the heretic Celestine. "Endure," said the false saint. "It will not be forever." Greyfax lurched away, the suddenness of the motion shooting fresh spikes of pain through her mind. "Touch me not, witch!" Celestine's lips curled into a supercilious smile. "If I am a witch, then why did you save me?" "I struck at another. It is not the same." "Or perhaps the Emperor's hand guided you, as it guided me." "A miracle." The throbbing pain made the disdain all the easier. "Some call them so." "There are no miracles," spat Greyfax. "Only delusions. I will break your heresy. You will beg for death." The void in her mind pulsed. Again she staggered. Again Celestine caught her. "We shall see," said the false saint. Letting go of the Inquisitor's shoulder, she walked away. On the surface, the Thunderhawks of the Crimson Slaughter and warped dropships of the traitor legions braved the defenders' fire, retrieving whatever Dark Brothers and demon engines they could. The cultists and heretic citizenry, never more than fodder to weary Cadia's guns, were abandoned to their fate. Tor Garadon rallied what remained of the Imperial Fists. Scarce a score of battle brothers from the Third Company still fought, some through horrendous wounds. Of the first, only Sergeant Furin remained. Garadon was struck by the irony. The third had only been on phalanx because they had been considered too inexperienced to join the chapter's crusade of vengeance. Those who remained had nothing more to prove, assuming they survived what was to come next. By contrast, Marshal Amarek's Black Templars harried the retreating traitors, slaughtering the crew of one dropship before they could take flight, and bringing another two down with missile fire. Even discounting Amorek's efforts, not all the Black Legion arrived safely at their destination. Caught in the turbulent currents of the warp, scores were torn apart or simply scattered as monomolecular dust across Cadia's atmosphere. But ABADDON survived, bloody and consumed with fury at his failure. From the vengeful spirit's strategium, he sounded the knell of Cadia's doom. Deep within the Will of Eternity's debris cloud, warpsmiths heard ABADDON's order. All across the largest fragments of debris, a mass of ancient stone the size of a small moon, banks of plasma drives roared into life. The Blackstone's corpse shuddered as engines fought to overcome the inertia of orbit. Then, slowly at first, but with ever-increasing velocity, the ungainly missile broke orbit and roared planetward. Across the Black Fleet, plasma drives blazed as soon as the last dropship were aboard, pulling away from atmosphere at whatever speed their captains could urge. As the vengeful spirit led the exodus, ABADDON beheld the blue-grey orb of Cadia one last time. For 10,000 years, that world had been as much his foe as the warriors that garrisoned its fortresses. But nothing defied the will of chaos forever. Nothing defied his will forever. Loosing a peal of dark laughter, the Despoiler decanted a draught of Brolk wine into a chalice fashioned from the skull of Fabius Biel's clone of Horus, and toasted the death of one ancient foe with the remains of another. Aboard Phalanx,
Commodore Trevorrow at last realized the Chaos Cruiser's purpose within the debris cloud, and ordered the battle station's batteries to engage the improvised missile. But in death, the Blackstone resisted Phalanx's fire as it had failed to do in life. A section of the ramshackle drive train went dark beneath the bombardment, but by then Cadia's gluttonous gravity well had seized the plunging Blackstone. All Trevorrow could do was broadcast a warning to those on the planet's surface. Down the Blackstone wreckage plunged, its outer edge blazing red with atmospheric friction. But the will of eternity had been forged to withstand fiercer fires than that nature could provide. Though the last of the warpsmiths perished, their hab shelters burned away by Cadia's wrath. The main body plunged on, a bolt of flaming brimstone cast from ABADDON's dark hand. All upon the planet's surface heard the Blackstone's coming. Its soul-wrenching onset screeched through the quickening winds, its presence already disrupting the complex web of thermals and weather patterns across the beleaguered planet. On Cadia Tarsius, half a world away from the slaughter of the Elysian fields, the defenders of scattered garrisons deemed too insignificant for ABADDON's attention, beheld the Blackstone's onset as a pinprick of fire amidst shrieking skies. At first it was taken for a ship's reactor going critical in outer orbit, but as the moments ticked past, the fireball grew ever larger. It became clear that the light heralded an altogether different scale of disaster. Winds howling about it, the artificial meteor impacted Cadia. The fall of Cadia. Cadia shuddered, impossible forces jarring it loose of age-old orbit. The survivors clinging to the ruined fortress of Cadia Tarsius barely had time to scream. Those beneath the vast impact site perished first, superheated wind roaring in their ears before it seared flesh from bone and reduced bone to scattered ash. The Blackstone remnant struck, gouging a crater hundreds of miles in breadth. Mountains crumbled to dust. Seas vanished into plumes of scalding steam. Continental plates rumbled and groaned as they shifted beneath titanic forces not seen since Cadia first cooled from the star stuff of the galactic void. The tremors spread, tidal waves and screaming particulate winds their heralds. Coastal bastions that had survived bombardment and siege, drowned beneath the unnatural tide, ripped from their foundations and dragged beneath the squalling seas. The island of Ranstorn vanished entirely, its shell-ravaged landing fields drowned beneath the waves. 1,000 miles inland on Cadia Secundus, the enduring spires of Cazavark at last fell, smashed apart by waters of the Caducades Sea as the tidal shelves buckled. Forests that had been old when mankind first settled Cadia burned away in the briefest of moments. Crustal platelets shattered and split, the furious lifeblood of the world boiling forth. Long-dormant volcanoes flared to life along the Rosvar Mountains, pyroclastic flows consuming all in their path. The great killing fields of Tyrok, site of Creed's ascension, split asunder and vanished into magma-lit gloom, swallowed by the world's torment. At the Elysian Fields, half a world away from the impact site, they heard the roar of the winds and saw the dark onrush of particulate clouds that blocked out the sun. The canny sought what cover they could amongst the pylons and ruined war machines. The slow-witted perished, torn apart by the vaporized bones of Cadia. The prayers of battle sisters and cultists alike were snatched away by the planet's dying breath, unheard by any deity or saint. In the nodal cavern, The ceiling cracked wider still, raining boulders down on Creed's bloodied victors. The wind grew, hurling tanks across the pylon fields, crushing those who had sought shelter beneath them. Ancient pylons gave up their grasp on the bedrock, toppling like petrified trees. The pylon field's beam of dark light flickered as the monoliths fell. The retreat of the Immaterium faltered, and then slowly reversed. The storm raged for minutes that seemed eternities, and then fell away into hurricane winds. They blew over a world forever altered. Cadia Tarsius was gone, obliterated by fire and drowned beneath howling seas. The Crean Fault, bane of Cadia Tarsius since the Age of Strife, had ruptured one last fateful time, and the planetary crust split apart. Cadia Primus was half drowned, its forested mountainsides now isolated islands scattered across a new ocean. Cadia Secundus lay wreathed in fire, its continental plates sinking as the pressure of their neighbours forced them steadily inwards. None of it mattered. Cadia was already dead. But even then, there was worse to come. As the aftershocks of impact rippled through the dying rock, more pylons shattered against the dust-strewn tundra, not just at the Elysian fields, but at the lesser sites of Kassan, Trosk, and Vorg. As the pylons fell, the nodal web stuttered and then withered entirely. The dark light beam, Call's spear into the heart of the Eye of Terror, flickered once more and died. A new sound pealed through the howling winds, the dark laughter of gods too long denied their prize. The crimson maelstrom of the Eye of Terror pulsed anew, and reached out to embrace sundered Cadia.
Call felt the nodal grid pull apart. The remaining pylons no match for the pressure of the resurgent Immaterium. Through his third consciousness, he dimly acknowledged the screams and the grinding of tortured rock. Then he slaved all his attention to the task at hand. The Archmagus' secondary consciousness translated the alien whisper of the pylons to a static-filled flow of lingua technis. Gaps appeared in the binaric equations, untranslatable fragments glowing with green fire. They had not been there before. Their presence confirmed the growing instability of the grid. No, he would not fail, not after coming so close. As Call's tertiary mind approximated translation for the unfamiliar code, his primary consciousness tightened its grip, as if to hold together the grid by will alone. His optics scoured the shuddering cavern for any trace of Trazyn, but of the Necron there was no sign. Curse him, and curse Veilwalker too, for setting him on this course. Failure changed nothing. Worse, it had jeopardized the Pact, a 10,000-year gesh, now thrown into jeopardy by perfidious Xenos. Rage overwhelmed the logic calculations of Call's trifold mind, passionless composure whittling beneath the realization of his folly. The pylons were not the Omnissiah's work, and yet, blinded by pride, he had sought to bind them to holy purpose. He had erred, been seduced from the precepts of Mars by vainglory. Skeins of binaric code slipped into dust beneath Call's grip. Equations breathed through his mind, more alien now than recognizable. He felt the nodal grid convulse, the last bindings falling away as critical pylons fell. A dark, cancerous presence flooding across Cadia's surface, rapacious, unstoppable. As the last binaric skeins slipped free of his grip, Call finally recognized his folly. The door he had sought to close forever had swung open wider than before. Trifold mind a-tremble, he disengaged from the dying grid. "Cadia is lost," he breathed. Save for the presence of the pylons,
The Immaterium would have claimed Cadia long ago. The long-dead artisans who had set the pylon fields on Cadia's living rock could not have foreseen the Eye of Terror's cataclysmic birth, could not have known the vital bulwark their works would become. But now, with the pylon's fall, the tendrils of the warp laid their first loving caress upon Cadian real space, and the demons of the dark gods spilled forth. These were not the flickering manifestations so lately loosed upon the world, their presence in real space under constant challenge by the pylon's power. These were the gods' servants, hale and whole, fed by the raw stuff of chaos. They first appeared amidst drowned Cadia Tarsius, where the Blackstone's demise had torn a rent in reality's veil. But as the Eye of Terror slipped its ancient bonds, the rifts multiplied, dragging the beleaguered world into the bowels of the Immaterium. Dark laughter echoed across skies still choked with particulate matter. Cadia's surviving psychers, at last freed from the tyranny of the pylons, came under new assault from the perils of the war. Most were slain at the hand of former allies, their possessed bodies ripped apart by las and bolterfire, as flesh reshaped into new and terrible forms. Only those with a will of iron held back the demons clawing at their thoughts, and only Katerina Greyfax found the strength of mind to repel them entirely. And yet, in that darkest hour, hope was reborn. For the restoration of the Immaterium saw also the renewed ascension of Celestine and her Gemini superior. The light of the Emperor restored, she led the survivors out of the chamber and into the wasteland of the Elysian fields. None recognized the sight they beheld. Magma wended its sluggish path amidst the fallen pylons, consuming the bodies of the dead and their armaments of war. Here and there across the plains, sporadic fire rang out as the first demons clawed their way into the war-torn fields. As the scant survivors of the Elysian fields converged, drawn like flare moths to Celestine's light, the Cadian ape once again looked to Creed for leadership. For the first time since he had joined the White Shield so many years ago, none was forthcoming. The Lord Castellan looked out upon the ruin of his world, his Cadia, and knew only despair. Recognizing that Creed's mind now roamed distant fields, and determined not to allow authority to fall into Celestine's dubious hands, Greyfax seized command. Using what remained of the planetary Voxnet, she issued the evacuation order. Cadia had fallen. Even if it endured the physical trauma of the Blackstone's collision, the war would soon claim it. Victory in the Imperium's name was worth the sacrifice of thousands, of millions. But the Inquisitor knew no victory could any longer be had on Cadia. Every living soul abandoned upon its sundered shores was but a sacrifice to the dark gods. Greyfax expected Celestine to challenge her order, to exhort Cadia to one last glorious stand. But the Golden Saint merely tucked wing north through the howling winds to carry her blade against the demons assailing the surviving Adepta Sororitas. Thus began the last exodus of Cadia. From across the globe they came in landing craft and transport vessels barely fit to fly, plasma drives burning hard for the safety of Phalanx and the ragtag fleet sheltering in its shadow. Not all came safe to their destination. The overburdened engines failed amidst the howling winds, condemning their cargo to stomach-lurching freefall until the oblivion of impact. Others were peeled apart by winged demons or simply had their weakened hulls imploded under the fantastic pressures. The Cadian 27th perished to the last man as the Tetrarch's pilots succumbed to warp-cast madness and ploughed the limping behemoth into the remains of the Trados Mountains. Helldrakes and Harbingers, operating far from the trailing edge of the Black Fleet, risked the savage winds to spill more blood for the Dark Gods. Dogfights unfolded amongst swirling dust storms as the last of the Imperial Fist's Stormhawk interceptors sought to clear the skies. Yet they were too few to keep the foe contained, and the evacuation fields of Elysian became shell-riddled mausoleums. Elsewhere, the evacuation was dogged by the panic of stampeding masses. Just as the Imperium came to consume Cadia, terror sought to devour its populace. Some regiments kept their order, others disintegrated into mindless mobs, clambering atop overloaded transports in their desperation to escape. Kazalutan and Kazagorsk officers ordered their Kazakin to fire into the crowds, and disorder became full-blooded riot. At the Elysian fields, the evacuation became a fighting retreat, every transport a target for soul-hungry demons. In the north, Celestine's Adeptus Sororitas slowly gave ground, but at a high cost to their foes. To the south, the tale was the same. The demons were held by a ragged line of guardsmen, buttressed at either end by Garradon's Imperial Fists and the Black Templars of the Cicatrix Crusade. But despite their heroism, it soon became clear to Greyfax that the evacuation fields would soon be overrun. Flight-worthy craft were too few, and growing scarcer with each passing moment. Some would have to be sacrificed, for the rest to escape. It was then that Creed at last roused himself from despair. The Lord Castellan's own would hold Cadia one last time, he decreed. They would buy the time needed, as Cadia ever had, with an offering of blood and bone. Orders were issued, their bleak consequences plain to all who heard, but the Cadian apes did not blanch at the duty placed before them. There was not one amongst them who did not feel the cold hand of fear, but none broke ranks or attempted desertion. Creed was Cadia, but more than that, he was of the 8th. He had led the regiment safely through fire and death where others had been consumed. There was not one amongst those ranks who did not owe the Lord Castellan their lives, and all accepted that the debt was due. As the last transport soared into the hellish skies, the 8th fought and died amongst the ruins of their world. The sisters of our martyred lady and Marshal Amarek's Black Templars were the last to depart, their blooded survivors crowding aboard transports sent from the Iron Ravenant to reclaim the knights of House Tyrannus. Greyfax departed with them, her suspicious eye ever upon Celestine. But as the landing thrusters flared, the Inquisitor thought she heard a bellowed cry, clear and proud over the howling winds and the roar of cannons. It was a deep voice, bowed by the horrors of war, but not unbroken, defiant to the last. Cadia stands.
Creed waved his maimed hand in the air, signalling his troops and bellowing to be heard over the fury of the wind. "Fall back! Fall back!" With a shudder, the Cadian line shrank towards the evacuation fields. The winds rose, stirring the dust storm to new heights. Suddenly Creed was alone. A flame-chased shadow passed overhead. The cog-toothed skull of the Adeptus Mechanicus emblazoned on its flanks. Lasfire lanced from its prow, provoking demonic screams from deeper within the dust storm. Then engines roared, and the transport thundered skywards. The last transport. Cadia was now little more than a graveyard, haunted by the stubborn and the dead. Creed stumbled. Despite the medic's labours, his wounds still bled. He felt his strength ebbing as his lifeblood seeped into the greatcoat's fabric. One last effort, then he'd rest. One last effort. The storm parted, not before a demon, but a metal giant in a scaled cloak. The wind snatched away Creed's hurried shot. Light glittered upon the figure's upraised palm, iridescent polygons billowing in a hypnotic dance. "Ursaka e Creed." The giant's words slammed down like tombstones. "This need not be your end. Eternity awaits." The giant's laughter followed Creed into darkness. In the teeth of the storm,
And so, a shrunken fleet of battered vessels and weary souls left Cadia's orbit and set course for the system's edge. The Eye of Terror no longer contained, spilled from its ancient bounds, a crimson trail of roiling flame bleeding through the Cadian Gate and into the galaxy. There was no jubilation aboard the fleet, no sense of victory, despite the odds endured. Too many had perished before Greyfax issued her evacuation order, and even then a bare fraction of Cadia's surviving outposts had heard the desperate voxcast. At the 13th Black Crusade's inception, Cadia had been a world of some 850 million souls. Scarce 3 million now sought salvation from ABADDON's forces. The legend of Cadia might yet one day endure on another distant world, but now its bloodlines teetered on the brink. From the outset, warp travel was decreed unwise, the starship's navigators unable to see safe routes through the immaterium. With the fall of the pylons, the navigable corridor of the Cadian Gate was collapsing in upon itself. There was no surer way to embrace oblivion than to risk those turbulent tides. So it was that the fleet's plasma drives were pushed up to and sometimes beyond their limit. Once more, under Tor Garadon's command, Phalanx took the lead, the threat of its guns driving traitor cruisers from the evacuation's path. Behind came the battle-scarred vessels of the Imperial Navy, and those few civilian craft that had survived Cadia's fall. Last came the Mechanicus vessels of Belisarius' Corps. The Adepts of Mars had come late to the Cadian war zone, and their ships were the least damaged as a consequence. As the evacuee fleet crawled beyond the horizon of Cadia's gravity well, this changed. Inured to the dangers of travel within the Eye of Terror's corona, ABADDON's most opportunistic captains now swarmed in relentless pursuit. The void blazed with light as waves of corsairs braved the Adeptus Mechanicus broadsides to claim prizes amongst the retreating fleet. All perished, their atoms scattered across the collapsing Cadian Gate by the unfaltering fire of Call's fleet, but few without leaving their mark. 20 hours into the retreat, the Dictator-class cruiser Hand of Sataral was crippled by enemy fire, to the loss of all hands and 10,000 souls. In the next 10 hours, 2 frigates and a light cruiser met the same fate. Call bore the losses stoically, interpreting them as penance for his hubris on Cadia, and exhorting his servitor crews to further effort. 40 hours into the retreat, the plasma drives failed on the Agri-hauler Pride of St. Caraphos. Faced with the choice of risking the whole fleet for the sake of those crammed like a slaughter herd into the hauler's hold, Garadon took aboard what sparse transport craft escaped the wreck, but reluctantly abandoned the Pride to the enemy. The captains of the Emperor's Wrath and Dominus Victor, appalled at Garadon's pragmatism, defied his orders and went to the Pride's aid. Their choice proved noble, but foolish. Scarce half of the Cadian soldiers aboard the Pride of St. Caraphos had been taken aboard the 2 battleships when the leading edge of the Black Fleet caught up with them. Emperor's Wrath died without ever disengaging its docking beams, torn apart by a traitor's broadside. Dominus Victor broke away, fires blazing all along its starboard flank, but its plasma drives roaring at full force. With fortune and perseverance, it might even have regained the safety of Call's rearguard, had not its captain been slain during the fight. In panic, his subordinates ordered an emergency warp jump, even knowing the dangers such a course presented. What heading he ordered was a mystery, for Dominus Victor never emerged from the immaterium. The panic of those within, a delicacy for thirsting Slanesh. Thus, another 250,000 fell to the Black Fleet's guns, a tenth of whom had perished through naught save misguided compassion.
The red orb of Cadia was barely a pinprick of light against the void. Scarce a day had passed, and it was already succumbing to the Eye of Terror's baleful influence. It would make a fine demon world, ABADDON decided. if the tectonic forces he'd set loose did not see it destroyed first. It mattered little either way. After 10 millennia of preparation, the Crimson Path was now ready for him to tread. The only question was whether it would bring him to terror before it split the galaxy asunder. Again, it mattered little either way. He turned from the viewport as the Strategium's doors rumbled open. Zaraphiston advanced across the rusted deck, the clawed foot of his warp stave clicking against the decaying mesh.
My lord, ABADDON, why do we not pursue?
ABADDON frowned, leaning forward on the obsidian table that stood between them. A bold question. Too bold for obsequious Zaraphiston. The Loyalists are beaten. Let the curs of the fleet snap at their heels. They are worth no more than that. The sorcerer crossed to the viewport, his eyes settling upon the red orb of Cadia, transfixed upon the Crimson Path.
But one vessel carries something precious.
ABADDON sneered. There is nothing of any value aboard Phalanx. Zaraphiston's third eye blinked. His lips curled into a knowing smile.
I do not speak of Phalanx. The Arc Mechanicus, the relic that lies within its stasis hold.
Unease prickled at ABADDON's thoughts. What have you seen? What have the auguries told you? Zaraphiston spoke a name. One ABADDON had put from his thoughts long ago. It seemed impossible. But such words had as much currency now as they had when Horus first set foot on Davin. Lost to sudden rage, the Despoiler brought his fist down on the table, shattering it in two. Zaraphiston stepped back, his smile fading.
In an effort to avoid further losses, Garradon slowed Phalanx's pace, so as not to place unnecessary strain on vessels already overburdened. The least space-worthy vessels were brought aboard Phalanx's four-deck hangars, their hatches sealed tight to prevent the curious or treacherous entering the battle fortress proper. Having almost lost Phalanx to invasion weeks earlier, Garradon refused to take any chances with it now, especially as the fury of its guns was the only thing keeping ABADDON's capital ships at a respectable distance. Still, the losses mounted. Fatigue now as deadly a foe as the corsairs of ABADDON's fleet. Sleep was but a memory, banished by the chems consumed with rations during the long hours at battle quarters. 2 days after Dominus Victor's disappearance, mistakes by a weary gunnery crew aboard the Toxra Cleavus saw the destroyer's superstructure blown apart, setting the ship adrift. Within hours of that disaster, a Primarch Psyker aboard Hades 7 succumbed to the whispers in his waking dreams. The emergent Keeper of Secrets rampaged across 3 decks before the white shields of the Cadian 79th, by now as veteran in thought and deed as any of their comrades, brought it down with unrelenting lasfire. Even after the demon was purged, Garradon ordered Hades 7 quarantined from the rest of the fleet. That status remained until Call's Arc Mechanicus, acting under Katharina Greyfax's orders, blasted the destroyer to twisted scrap to prevent any possibility of the heresy Rivin infecting others. 112 hours into the retreat, at the very moment that the demon world, once known as Cadia, finally succumbed to its fiery death throes, the evacuation fleet approached the outer orbit of Classius, Casahon's icy moon. Phalanx's navigators at last pronounced the tides of the warp clear enough to attempt warp travel. Of the 29 ships that had left Cadia, 16 remained, bearing just over 2.5 million souls between them. It was in that hour that the capital ships of the Black Fleet lost their apparent fear of Phalanx's guns. They dropped out of the warp transit just inside weapons range. 10 of the Black Fleet's mightiest vessels, the Vengeful Spirit at their head. A mix of grand cruisers and battleships, they drove hard for the evacuation fleet's Adeptus Mechanicus rearguard, eschewing the oblique advances favoured by captains seeking to minimise their losses. ABADDON had come, and hell rode upon his heels. Panic combursts crackled across Phalanx's strategium, cut off one by one as the vessels of the evacuee fleet slipped into the relative safety of the warp. Cruisers, heavy transports, freighters, mining scows, all departed the system for the last time, grateful to have escaped CADIA's doom, but fearful of the future that lay ahead. Garradon had time for a single, heartfelt curse before Phalanx followed, its countdown too far advanced for safe interruption. With the yawning and creaking of strained metal, the mighty battle fortress let slip the anchors of real space and plunged into the immaterium. Cole's fleet, their departure deliberately staggered to guard against any vessel being left stranded, was alone. The first shells burst amongst Cole's formation. Fired at such extreme range, accuracy was impossible. Thus it was only the most damnable ill fortune that saw one shell explode against the Arc Mechanicus aft shield. The detonation knocked two of the vessel's plasma drives out of alignment. Far worse, it crippled the Iron Revenant's Geller fields. For Cole and all aboard his ship, there could be no escape into the warp. Consumed with fear at the prospect of losing his sacred cargo, Cole brought the Iron Revenant about to an evasion heading. As their flagship sought to make its escape, the remainder of the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet swung around into blockade formation, their captains accepting without question the sacrifice required of them. The last surviving interceptors boiled from their hangars. The first salvos roared silently away into the void, raking the oncoming cruisers. Of all Cole's fleet, only the Arc Mechanicus could match one of ABADDON's vessels broadside to broadside, and even then the Iron Revenant's weaponry was but a pale shadow of the vengeful spirits. But the directness of the Chaos Fleet's approach offered initial fire superiority. Salvo after salvo pounded the traitor vessels, overloading shields and buckling armor. Servitor crews labored with mechanical efficiency, loading and firing without trace of the fatigue that plagued unaugmented crews. Explosions flared in the ever-closing gap between the two fleets as the outnumbered interceptors clashed with Helldrakes and Hell Talons. Prow lances fired and liquefied adamantium ran like tears across the armoured flanks of the Adeptus Mechanicus ships. The Sanctus Malefic, prow reduced to a torn and pockmarked ruin by torpedo salvos, and its strategium crew dead, peeled away on the rim of jammed rudders. But even had twice the vessels barred ABADDON's path, there would have been no halting that advance. The captain of Strocker's Fist, his Auspex array blinded by shells, lost his taste for a headlong assault and gave orders for his Grand Cruiser to instead trade extreme-range volleys. Apocrypha and the Vengeful Spirit, battered but hale, reached Cole's picket line of cruisers. The first Chaos broadsides thundered. Caught between the two, Arcus's Phobos melted like ice before the flame, its shields and armor boiling into space moments before a destabilized plasma reactor consumed the vessel from within. Xanthos and Everos Mondas endured the first raking salvos, only to perish in the teeth of the Chaos cruisers that came behind. Cerebos died snarling, trading broadsides with a Grand Cruiser twice its size, before one last salvo broke its back. Stellaris Mons, its targeting systems obliterated by cannon fire, set collision course for its tormentor, the detonation of its plasma reactor shattering the Chaos battleship's drive section, leaving it drifting amongst the debris. Alpha Scion, its interceptor screen shredded by the Black Fleet's fighters, was swarmed by assault boats. As its captain ordered a last valiant stand, Black Legion boarding parties ripped through the cruiser's breached bulkheads and slaughtered the bridge crew. One by one, the ships of the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet went dark or detonated in a flare of plasma. These sacrifices were not in vain. Every moment brought was a moment in which the Iron Ravenant's damaged Gellerfield could be repaired. But the Arch Mechanicus quickly lost ground before the vengeful spirit, which alone of the traitor fleet had ignored the blockade and come full burn after its fleeing prize. Now ABADDON secured the battleship's prow guns from firing, not wanting their ferocious recall to slow the pace of pursuit. Little by little, the battleship closed with its prey. Recognizing the inevitability that the vengeful spirit would soon overtake his injured ark, Call pushed the systems beyond maximum tolerance. Superheated steam roared from cracked coolant pipes, klaxons sounded across the drive decks, and pressure manifolds exceeded safety thresholds. It made little difference. Whatever additional acceleration the Archmagus coaxed from the Iron Ravenant's damaged engines, it was never enough. The vengeful spirit was closing too fast. In a matter of minutes the battleship would draw level, and the broadsides would begin. Again and again Call processed the probabilities of survival. Each time, the calculations returned vanishing in distant odds. Curiosity had led Call to CADIA. Pride had held him there. Now the Iron Ravenant would be lost, and its precious cargo alongside. He had failed.
Increase drive threshold 17%. The Strategium shuddered as the Iron Revenant's crew enacted Call's orders. Greyfax needed no telepathy to know that Call understood the futility of his command. The Iron Revenant was doomed, but she would never have known of his secret had she not peered into his mind. An obligation, a sense of a duty not yet fulfilled, drove the Archmagus. An imperative so closely guarded she could only see its shape, not its detail. "We cannot outrun this fate," intoned Celestine. Marshal Amorek stirred, his low growl carrying a warning. "Would you have us offer our necks to the Despoiler without a fight?" The false saint turned from the viewport. "I beheld this in a dream, a river of blood amongst the stars. The harder we struggle, the more certain our fate. We must find another way." Greyfax felt the old anger rise at those words. "There is no salvation to be found in your heresy. If—" She fell silent at Call's impatient gesture. "Necessity considers all answers, however improbable their provenance." "She is a heretic," Greyfax interjected. Greyfax fell silent. She reminded herself that Call's artificial span far predated the Inquisition, from which her authority sprang. She couldn't take his obedience for granted. "A bold accusation," hissed Call, "for one whose blood seethes with Necron artifice. Do not deny it. I perceive the nano-machines writhing beneath your skin." At once, Greyfax felt the mood in the Strategium shift. Amorek's expression darkened with fresh suspicion, reminding her of the Black Templar's unpredictable zeal. "I remain uncorrupted." Call observed her thoughts. "So you say. I can even free you from their grasp, but for that, we must first survive." He shifted his attention to Celestine. "What else did your vision show? What must we do?" The saint indicated a Clasus on the view screen. "We will find salvation within the ice, and then our crusade will begin anew." Amorek nodded. "Your crusade, lady, but we will follow you while our strength remains." Disgusted, Greyfax turned away. The Celestinian crusade. The very thought of it made her skin crawl.
So the Iron Ravenant set course for Cleos, the Ice Moon, under Celestine's direction. Stressed plasma drives brought the Arch Mechanicus around on a new bearing, the motion affording the Iron Ravenant one furious, unanswered broadside at the pursuing vengeful spirit. The Black Fleet flagship, taken unawares by the sudden change of course, had no opportunity to evade the swarm of torpedoes that sped like rippy fish towards its prow. Shields collapsed, armor crumbled. The prow cannons were blasted free of their mountings, and the colossal 8-pointed star that served as the vengeful spirit's figurehead was reduced to mangled scrap. But that battleship had survived the siege of the Emperor's palace. It had borne wounds far greater than any the Iron Revenant could inflict. It would not go so quickly. Whatever salvation awaited the Iron Revenant on Clausis, Celestine's guidance now put the ship within the range of the vengeful spirit's main guns. Abandoning their head-on course, ABADDON closed obliquely, his starboard batteries blazing as they gnawed at the Arch Mechanicus's hull. Unable to outpace the battleship, the Iron Revenant did the only thing it could. It endured, meeting the vengeful spirit's fury with its own. The two ships pounded at one another for over an hour, the pale disk of Clausis growing ever larger. The Iron Revenant's macro cannons crashed back on their bearings, unseated by enemy fire. Torpedo tubes spat their last. Hundreds perished in every broadside, their bodies thickening the Arch Mechanicus's causeways, or expelled by violent decompression to bob along the mangled outer hull. Aboard the vengeful spirit, traitors flooded to their assault claws, along passageways crushed by the Iron Revenant's broadsides. The Despoiler meant to claim his prize for himself, or else burn it to nothing in Clausis's thin atmosphere. As the battleship shuddered with one final broadside, silencing the Iron Revenant's last interceptor batteries, the Dreadclaws screamed across the void. As the garbled reports of boarding parties reached the Iron Revenant's stratagem, Cole knew the ship was lost. But it had served its purpose. The dueling vessels were now deep in Clausis's orbit, and the relative shelter of the moon's swirling blizzards was but minutes away. Ceding command of the dying Ark to the crew, Cole headed deeper into the ship and began the process of unsealing the stasis vault. As the Adeptus Sororitas made for the undamaged portside hangars, Marshal Amalric declared his battle brothers would ensure the Iron Revenant died fighting. Greyfax argued against this course. To her mind, Cole was already half under Celestine's spell, and the Inquisitor wanted allies of her own, close to hand. Still, Amalric was resistant. The Marshal's pride chafed from the long retreat, and only the presentation of the inquisitorial seal bent him to Greyfax's will. So it was that the flight transports spiraled planetwards, bearing their weary cargo. They used the dying Iron Revenant as cover against the vengeful spirit, and the last of the doomed Ark's fighter craft as escort. As Iron Revenant at last began to break apart, and the first Helldrake screamed in pursuit, the fleeing convoy vanished into the howling snowstorms. The snows of Clausis. The blizzards of frozen Clausis might have blinded ABADDON's pursuit, but they did not end it. Enraged that his quarry might yet escape, the Despoiler launched every flight-worthy vessel at his command, scouring the surface for any trace of his prey. Thus, Cole's trek across the glaciers became a fighting retreat. The survivors sent scrambling for cover amidst the rocks each time a Helldrake shrieked overhead. Such precautions were born more of hope than strategy. There was no hiding the modified Treos conveyor that contained Cole's precious reliquary, or the lumbering knights of House Tyrannus, but good fortune held for the first few hours of planetfall. On they trudged, the Adeptus Sororitas following Celestine's holy light, each as unfaltering as she, even though the living saint offered no clue as to the path she struck, or the purpose for doing so. With them came the survivors of the Kepic Eagles, flesh blackening with frostbite, but determined to prove as unswerving as the Battle Sisters. Inquisitor Greyfax and Marshal Amalric's Black Templars brought up the rear, each battle brother grim as death in the teeming blizzard. Cole followed Celestine unfalteringly through the swirling snows. With each step he grew increasingly certain that the living saint knew his purpose, the burden he had carried for so long. And if that was so, perhaps there had been Veil Walker's purpose in directing him to CADIA. not to unlock the secrets of the pylons, but for Celestine to lead him to the Pact's completion. The living saint was a vessel of the Omnissiah's tripartite will. His purpose was hers. Step by step, Call's resolve returned. He told himself that his path from Eriad 6 had been a pilgrimage, a test. He chastened himself for ever doubting the Omnissiah's purpose and pressed on. Then the snows stopped. The Helldrakes came again soon after, their strafing runs leaving trails of dead and dying across the glacier. 2 of the demon craft perished without even touching the frozen ground, blown out of the skies by crack missiles. A third tore a squad of Tempestus scions apart with tooth and claw, ripping a chunk of armor from the Trios before Call's axe split its warped metal skull asunder. From that moment on, there was no silence, no reprieve. Alerted to their quarry's presence, the Black Legion warbands converged upon the glacier. Running battles broke out upon the snowfields, the thunderous echoes of one skirmish scarcely fading before another began. Havocs rained fire down from the mountainous heights. Raptors struck from cloudless skies, their discordant battle cries further shredding the nerves of men and women, weary from weeks of strife. Bikers prowled the flanks, roaring into weapons range only when they believed their quarry's attention was elsewhere. All perished. Seraphim swept the crags clear, the backwash of Prometheum melting ice formed centuries before. Lasgun volleys cleared the skies of raptors. The pounding cannons of Tyrannus knights purged the ice fields of the Despoiler's bikers. But there were always more, their numbers ever replenishing, while the ranks of Call's escort grew thinner with each passing hour. As ever, more succumbed to their wounds. The survivors drew in closer to the Trios conveyor. Its projected void shields provided some protection for those closest to it, and, inexplicably, every Imperial soul present felt it their duty to protect whatever was inside. Greyfax's psychic interrogation of her wounded foes revealed that they were surrounded, and the noose was tightening. But there was nothing more to be done, other than keep moving, to perhaps break out of the encirclement and buy a few hours of respite. On Celestine journeyed, leading her tattered pilgrimage ever higher into the jagged mountains. Tempestus scions fell dead amidst the snows, skin blackened and eyes frozen. By this time Greyfax had abandoned her attempts at questioning Celestine's purpose. Redoubtable though the Inquisitor was, hers was not the gene-forged fortitude of the Adeptus Astartes, and she needed all her breath for the endless march. Still, the Black Legion pursued, the roaring plasma drives of their dropships a constant echo through the mountain passes. As the mismatched company reached a ridgeline, Greyfax caught sight of a column of traitor tanks, thick as beetles in the valley below. When Call's escort reached the sunken gate of some ancient structure, its surface smoothed flat by the driving winds, they found it held against them by a sorcerous cabal. Another bloody skirmish saw the gateway claimed, but the smoke clouds rising from the wreck of a predator revealed the company's position as clearly as any signal beacon. Before the last sorcerer fell dead, the roar of engines echoed up from the valley.
"What do you see?" asked the false saint, moving to stand beside the Inquisitor on the ridge. It had to be a rhetorical question, Greyfax decided. No eye could have missed the spreading stain of the Black Legion tanks across the glacier.
"I see our death," she answered sourly.
"No," said Celestine. "Salvation awaits us." Stilling her chattering teeth, Greyfax turned angrily away from the ridgeline.
"Your lies are wasted on me, idolatress."
As ever, the false saint seemed to take no offense. "You serve the Emperor. You trust the Emperor. Why can you not believe his hand guides me?" Greyfax drew closer.
"I don't believe anything guides you. You're a heretic, preying on the credulous. I should have let the Despoiler kill you. Were you not surrounded by your acolytes, I'd kill you now."
Celestine smiled.
"Then I should
Kill you first, while I can. Greyfax squared her shoulders. Yes. The smile faded. He has a plan for you too, Katarina. I have seen it. So saying, the false saint took wing. Katarina Greyfax returned to her place in the procession of fools, but though her mood remained bleak, a small corner of her soul took heart from Celestine's words. Marshal Amarek detailed half of his surviving battle brothers to remain behind and guard the pass. The pursuit they faced was now no mere rabble of scattered warbands, he argued, but a column armed and arrayed for battle. Better a few of their number hold and delay that pursuit, buying time for the others to proceed. Volunteers were sought and found. The Emperor's champion, Garion, led his battle brothers away down the dreary slopes, knowing that the next battle would also be their last. On Celestine's path wound, ever higher into the peaks. As night fell, the echoes of battle faded from the slopes below. Those Black Templars, still at Call's side, knelt a moment in the snows, Amorek's rumbling voice leading a warrior's chant of benediction for lost brothers. Then they pressed on, unburdened by grief or guilt. By dawn, the snows came again, shielding Call's company from prying eyes, but also slowing their advance to a near standstill. They forged onwards, though, at a painfully slow pace, and even Celestine's light seemed to fade. As the pale sun reached apogee, the roar of engines came again through the slackening snows. Land raiders slewed across the lower slopes, their teethed tracks biting deep into the permafrost as they clawed their way in pursuit. At Celestine's urgings, Call's company pressed on. As the Knights of House Tyrannus rained fire on their pursuers, their comrades fell back by squads, each giving covering fire for those that followed, expending their last precious ammunition in the wild climb for the summit. The heavy snowdrifts were taking their toll on the Trios's tracks, and progress slowed to a crawl. Call's spirits, restored by faith during the long climb, wavered anew as he sought to soothe the conveyor's wounded spirit. Hellbrutes bellowed their mad praises, and the wail of the raptor's voxcasters set the air screaming. The assault ramp of the nearest land raider crashed down, and ABADDON strode forth, his inner guard of Terminators at his back. The Despoiler's coming was too much for the last of the Kepik Eagles. Frozen and weary beyond reckoning, they fled uphill, all discipline forgotten. As the Despoiler advanced through the snows, Call took his place at the forefront of the dwindled company and prepared to die for a pact that would never be fulfilled. The ice in front of Call exploded in a burst of dazzling light. Jet bikes hissed over the icy crest, underslung shuriken cannons rasping death at the Black Legion. Trails of fractured light followed, the whirl of vibrant colours dancing and reforming around leaping, pirouetting warriors. The crest, so lately occupied by the fleeing scions, thickened with graceful warriors, armoured in myriad colours. Behind them came slender walkers, their every stride rippling with grace and power, the searing light of their armament unanswerable. The Black Legion fell back before the Eldar onslaught. They had prepared for battle against a fractured and weary foe, half-beaten by cold and despair. Instead, they had been met by the Ulfwi strike force, and behind them the witches of Camorra, warriors of Biel Tan, and Eldar from a number of other craft worlds. ABADDON advanced into the maelstrom, bellowing at his warriors to follow. Those who did so perished, sliced apart by dancing blades or shredded by razor-edged shuriken. Twice, the Despoiler led a charge towards the Trios. Twice, the Eldar hurled the Black Legion bloodily from the crest. Through it all, Call and his company staggered deeper into the Xenos ranks, until the crest was behind them. Ahead, nestled in a natural valley, stretched the elegant spires of a webway gate, its columns blazing with light.
Celestine hovered above the portal's dancing energies, arms outspread in silent prayer. Cadia had been lost, but the war continued.
Cole topped the crest and gazed down into the mustering war host. Subroutines drew archival data from storage, matching the strange shapes of Xenos armor to records salvaged from 1,000,000 scattered conflicts. A data cluster salvaged from Port Demesnus confirmed the presence of the notorious rune witch Eldrad Ulthran. But as for the others, his analysis returned no firm conclusions. It was scarcely surprising. The Eldar were inconstant, as ever-shifting as sand, changing personality as freely as they changed their masks. What did surprise Cole was the motley nature of the Xenos assemblage. He could access no prior reports of so many disparate Eldar cultures fighting together as one in this manner. Two figures at the centre of the host were a true enigma. One, a female attired in an elaborate gown, appeared to be directing proceedings, moving with calm authority amid the swirling storm of colour. Beside her was a warrior in crimson, his raiment echoing both a Craftworld aspect armour and the crueler plate of the Comorite pirates. Cole found no record of its design, even in the deepest archives. With a flicker of light, a familiar figure appeared at Cole's side, the patterns of her mask dancing with light. Veilwalker.
"What is this?" Cole asked. "Where are you taking us?"
"Into the light of a new dawn." The Shadowseer tilted her head, as if confused by the question. "Unless you prefer to remain in the darkness." With an effort, the Archmagus ignored what he had hoped was an attempt at humour.
"The Despoiler has a warship in orbit. You cannot hold them for long."
"We will not have to." The patterns of Veilwalker's mask danced with new light. "The ending is past. It is time for a new beginning. There is a parley to be struck, if you have the courage." The Shadowseer cast a graceful hand towards the host. With but the merest hesitation, Cole followed her into the future.
Thanks very much for watching, everybody. That was a bit long. Bit longer than I meant it to be. But I hope you enjoyed it. The other ones will be coming thick and fast. I'm working on the second one as this one is going to be released. So expect it within a few days of this one coming out. I hope you enjoy this. I hope it was entertaining. I hope it was informative. This series is troubling to me. There are some really good things in it, and there's some really shockingly odd and bad things in it. But I'll leave that for you all to discuss in the comments as you will. Thanks to everybody supporting the channel. You can see your names here. Thank you, everybody. Really means a lot. It really helps me do this. And if you'd like to join them, please consider becoming a YouTube member or a patron over on Patreon. And yeah, I really appreciate it. And thanks to everybody who does. It means a lot. And yeah, I'll be bringing more stuff out very, very soon. This Gathering Storm series, I'll do all of them. There'll be very long episodes. There's 2 more books to come. The next one will be mostly concerning the Eldar and the birth of Ynid and their new god. And then it'll be the rebirth of Guilliman and the Terran Crusade, which is full of very silly things. Okay, thanks very much for watching, everybody. I will see you next time. Cheers.